imagine no one's here and I'm just gonna be reading the lore alone. Well, honestly, I don't mind that as much, but like, it's gonna be like uninterrupted reading if that happens. But if it's like, I don't know. Also, I am a bit late. I was planning on streaming at like 2, but turns out I was guys, don't laugh. I was watching the I was watching Dan and Phil play Tomodachi Life, and I couldn't get my eyes off the screen. Like, I literally had to like finish watching the video in order to like continue. It was so good. Stop. But yes, hi everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. Um, we're gonna be reading off of the fandom wiki, by the way. Props to everybody who edits the fandom wiki for, like, you know, because this is, like, true dedication. I've been following the fandom wiki since, like, I don't know, 2023? Literally. It's goated. So, if you haven't, you should check out the Daybreak fandom wiki. It is awesome. Yes. It, literally, watching the format change is just, like, so crazy. Because, like, every single time I visit this website, I'm just like, oh my god! 3.5 hours on it in 1 week is insane, by the way. But yes, hi. I'm gonna try and read as many backstories as I possibly can, but I do want to play Daybreak, which is kind of crazy. Like, I actually really want to play Daybreak. Dude, I don't have Tomodachi Life either, by the way. I've been, my friends make me on their islands. I think so far the most, accurate one has been the one on Kippa's island. 9 hours on Notes app? I can't write that much. That's cool though, oh my god. Okay, guys, just so you know, we're gonna be starting with the survivors first, and I'm going to be going down the list, like, okay, wait, let me show you guys. I'm gonna be going down the list of, like, this way, you know? So, just know, there's, like, 107 different characters that I think we're gonna have to go through. Some of them don't have lore yet. I'll figure out which ones don't have lore yet. But, killers will be last, for, obvious reasons. So, let's just hope and pray that I can at least get through all of the survivors today. Actually, no, if I get through all of the survivors, then I just might as well, like, hit the finishing road and just, like, finish all the killers, too. Like, at this point, this might as well be, like, a one-thing stream, but, like, I do want to play Daybreak as well. So, I don't know. We'll see where this leads us, and also, I'm so sorry if I butcher words or something. You're gonna have to correct me if I butcher anything at all. So, I'll try to the best of my reading capabilities to read. Okay, guys? This is, like, a very, like, this week play. Like, I've had this in mind for, like, a really long time, but, like, I wanted to read the, like, the backstories, but then I was just like, man, I was, like, kind of dragging it off, you know? But, yeah. Just saying, guys. And also, I do have water with me. It's not a big cup, so I might have to go refill from time to time, but it's okay. It's okay, guys. So, yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna start with my favorite. We're gonna start with Nami. Oh my gosh. Okay. Also, there's, like, these, like, voice things, like, the VA's actually read. Dude, I don't think I'm not gonna do voice impressions this stream, guys. That's a little too much for my voice. They did tests on me reading aloud in elementary school, and I took 2 extra minutes. Dude, I remember being put in, like, the English second language thing, and I was there until, like, 6th grade, and they just, like, they did not let me go for a while, but I was already pretty, like, fluent in English by, like, honestly, I would say 3rd grade. I was just there for, like, an extra 3 years, and they just didn't let me go. But, like, 3rd grade is, like, when I started writing, too. Which is kind of crazy. I mean, I wasn't the best at writing, but, like, I feel like they should have let me go in at least 5th grade when I wrote, like, an 8-page essay. Guys, I'm flexing now at this point. Okay, let's get into reading the lore. I'm so sorry. Bedtime story, get a snack. If you haven't already, get some hot cocoa or something. I don't know. But, yeah. Okay. Let's glow this joint. Nami's voice was as loud as ever as she thrashed around on stage, swaying to the loud rock music behind her as the crowd screamed. This was what she lived for, the bright lights and the adoring fans. Nothing could ever be as exciting as this. It was her dream, and she was living it. But why did she have to live it all alone? Sorry. No. You're gonna hear my reactions mid-reading, guys. I'm so sorry. The concert came to an end as she was back on the road, laying in bed with a frown as her hands rested on her stomach. The sky was beautiful, and it brought her a little comfort as she stared out into the sea of stars, accompanied by a purple-black background. Jeez, I'm running out of breath. She thought about what she had lost to get here. Although it felt worth it when she was on stage, every other moment of her life felt fleeting. It was a precarious situation that she didn't know how to get out of. Yeah, she had friends, but she didn't have anyone who was really close to her. It sucked. Real, Nami, real. She rolled on her side and shut her eyes, letting herself fall into a deep sleep that went away as quickly as it came. The sun was shining as she sat up in her bed, groaning as she stepped out of bed to head into the main area of the— I cannot read, guys. I'm so sorry, oh god! Of the RV. Her heart dropped when she entered to find that it was completely empty, and the overwhelming scent of blood hit her nostrils. Hello? Nami quickly realized that she needed to call for help when she saw a trickle of crimson flow down from the front. Before she could turn to grab her phone, she heard a rustle from the front seat. She watched in horror as a man leaned back, turning to her side with a wide smile, as he held a knife covered in blood in his hand. Nami, his voice was soft. Do you remember me? It was her biggest fan. He had been supporting her ever since her career began, but this was not making any sense. He had never been anything but kind and caring, so the way he was looking at her made her body tremble in fear. What are you doing? She choked out, taking a step back. The band wouldn't let me in, the man chuckled. They said I was crazy. Can you believe that? They thought they could keep me from you. Colton? Oh no. Don't worry, Nami. You know I could never hurt you. He rose to his feet so tall he nearly hit the top of the RV. Come on, let's hug. Before anything else could happen, Nami's ears began to ring as a thick, white mist seeped into the RV. It all went by so quickly that the last thing the rockstar could remember was falling to her knees before it all went black. Nami Deng was never seen again. Dun dun dun! Gasp! Guys, let me just say right now, I voted for Colton in the character contest thing, like, when it came to, like, voting for a character in the lore to join the game. Man. Colton was not gonna get in, by the way, I knew. Is this your first time reading all the characters' lore outside of Select View? Okay, I haven't read the lore since 2023, and there's been a lot of new characters that have been added since then. But yeah. Who in the hell is Colton? Colton's a fan of Nami. I'm assuming definitely some kind of obsessive fan, maybe. I don't know. But I kind of wanted Colton to be a killer. Like, obviously, bro is a killer. Bro's a murderer. But it's so, like, interesting to me. Like, I want more Nami stuff, guys. But yeah, Colton would have been sick. Nami got a Yeejun, no for real, but like fan. So that's kind of scary, honestly. By the way, I'm not reading the memories today. That will have to be another time where I do read the memories if I actually want to do this. But yeah, Nami's pretty cool. Oh, that could be like a skin for Idol too, honestly. And it could, like, I don't know, trigger like a voice line. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I love Nami, guys. Oh, bless. I really wish I could get into the, like, into the memories, though. Because the memories has, like, a lot of good stuff, even though, you know, they're not being, they're not being released anymore. And also, notice how a lot of them are, like, shorter than some of the ones that are currently being posted, as well. #1 Nami fanboy, guys! Yes. I probably won't read the memories this stream, though. There's a lot to go through. But yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello. I was wondering, actually, if anyone's ever read the lore. Has anyone read all of the lore in one sitting? Thoughts and opinions? Probably. I mean, someone has. I'm just, like, doing it for fun for you guys, so I can talk about the lore with you guys. Yeah. I remember the night that I read the lore, like, in 2023. I was literally I was on a flight, like, that day, the night that I was reading it, I had a flight that day to Japan. And I literally was reading all of the lore, and then all of the killer lore, like all the survivor lore I went through in one night, and then all the killer lore I sped ran through on the way to the airport. So, you can imagine how that went. Yeah. Adriana was your first main peep? Wait, that's crazy. But yeah. Man, I already need water. Stay hydrated. Okay. I think I know a good amount of lore, but not a lot, and I need a refresher anyway, so that's why we're doing this. Okay. Let's read more, guys! Let's read more! So yeah, again, sorry if I butcher anything at all, and like stutter mid-reading. Okay. Life for Adriana was never easy. Her parents separated. She lived in borderline poverty with her dad. It was just things she had gotten used to, and despite the situation, she knew she'd always have the unconditional love of her father. He was what inspired her to keep moving and keep trying. The minute she turned 16, Adriana applied for every job she could. Any income would help, and she knew that. Once she was hired, things got a little better. She could afford more things, and she could occasionally treat her father, but at this rate, she'd never have enough to go to college. It was a complete shot in the dark, and Adriana knew that. But it didn't stop her as she signed up on the biggest video sharing platform and began posting beauty-themed videos. To her surprise, people seemed to actually care. At first, the numbers were small, only reaching around 1 or 200. But it only took one video to skyrocket, reaching 100,000 in merely 24 hours. The girl couldn't believe it. It was like nothing before. But the momentum would disappear if she didn't do something, so she seized the moment and continued to pump out videos and brand her channel. She didn't want to lose this because everything it could do for not only her, but her dad could change their lives. Her subscriber count only continued to grow more and more as she got the hang of things. Once she reached her first 100,000, she knew she had to do something special. A huge livestream celebration was in order. There were going to be a ton of events, collabs, and even giveaways. But it was stressful, and all Adriana wanted to do was take a minute to breathe. The girl was staring at herself in her mirror, thinking about the past as time seemed to stop. A white mist began to seep into the room, and all that remained in the room was her signature red cell phone. Everyone waited for Adriana's livestream to start, but it never came. Duh, duh, duh. Sorry, I'm gonna do that after every lore. That's fucking crazy, though. Adriana is such a sweetie. Like, man. I love Adri. Guys, even though I hate Adriana's perk, I don't like playing her perk, she's really cool though. I do like her character a lot, and I did arisen her. But yeah. Also, have fun at prom, Peachy. Have fun! Imagine if that happened to me, guys! I disappear into the mist and you never hear from me again. Woo! But yeah. That's crazy though. Poor Adri. Adriana was actually a lot of people's first mains, I believe. So, it's very interesting. Like, I don't know. Low-key, kind of resonate with this. Okay, Adri. Pop off, pop off. Man. I'm wondering, like, in what... Is this in order of their release? Or, like... I'm assuming this is. Well, not really, because Nami was released, like, later. But Nami was originally the U. Like, the U skin thing. But yeah. Oh, I already feel like my voice dying out. Only after reading 2, by the way. Cooked. I feel like probably some of these are a bit, like... They're a bit old, so, like, maybe they have more to add to them. I'm so sorry if any of the Daybreak devs are watching this right now. But like, hey, maybe this will like encourage them to like maybe work on the lore more. Lore readers, lore readers. But yeah. Yeah, Nami's first. So that it makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, some of them are in groups. Like for example, like all the Lakeview ones are together, obviously. And then like I'm pretty sure all of like the hero ones are all together. And we got Ted and Diego. Like it makes sense, you know? Like the grouping. Yeah. Okay. Guys, I remember being so obsessed with Arlo. I can't even lie. I can never hate Arlo, guys. I'm sorry. Arlo. I remember rereading Arlo's lore. So, watch me butcher it anyway. But yeah. Okay. Arlo always loved taking care of others. He had a gentle way of speaking and was always there for people when they needed it. All throughout high school, he had one big dream, to be an actor. But the reality of it all came crashing down on him as he realized things like that won't just happen to anyone. But he didn't stay down for long, and following his heart led him to one place: med school. Ooh. Although he was never one for things like blood or gore, he knew he'd have to Can I read? He knew he'd have to toughen up if he was really serious about this. Despite what others said, he wanted to become a nurse rather than a doctor. He spent a long time studying and preparing during his senior year, and was more than excited, as his acceptance letter came on one cool morning. His mom was the most proud of him she'd ever been, and his dad was pretty happy too. But when his first year began, he quickly realized just how hard this would truly end up being. Between classes and studying, he was burnt out. He had no energy for anything, and he was growing weaker every day. But after a chance meeting with a local surgeon, he felt a renowned sense of passion towards his studies. The kind surgeon grew to become a mentor, helping him out with his studies while also hiring Arlo to work at his practice as an assistant. It was like a dream come true, and the nurse couldn't have been happier. But the thing was that it left him with little to no time for socialization, and although he was kind, Kristoff was definitely a little awkward. It was also difficult for Arlo to talk to someone, as he was being mentored by the same It was also difficult for Arlo to talk to someone as he was being mentored by the same way he would talk to his friends. Arlo began to feel isolated from everyone around him, and to make matters worse, his boyfriend decided one night to completely ghost him. That is so crazy, by the way. Hello? After days without talking to him, Arlo realized he desperately needed something to change, or else he might just crack. So when he received an invitation from some girl to attend a party hosted by another college, he didn't have to think twice. He spent so much time dwelling on what he could wear, how he'd act. The party was one of the most exciting things to happen to him recently, and the surgeon even managed to pick up on that. But unfortunately for Arlo, the party never came. A late night in the library turned into an otherworldly nightmare as the exhausted boy fell asleep. The white mist began to consume him. Hello? Hello? Arlo Flores? Also, it's crazy how his boyfriend just ghosted him. I'm sorry. What? Hashtag relatable. the freak? But yeah. TBH, I thought Amari was older too, but it makes sense. Lakeview is kind of old. I just realized wiki editors can make Ted and Diego look at each other, but they missed it. Oh no! Me when Nocturnal's mentioned. Guys, I played Nocturnals, by the way, and I plan on playing Cacti Coast whenever that does come out. So if you guys want to watch my Nocturnals gameplay, you might have to scroll back a bit in my streams, but it's there. Believe it or not. I don't remember what was going on with, like, Seth and, you know, all that junk. Someone was talking about how Arlo got misted and said, bro was just asleep. Then you have other survivors barely surviving car crashes. No, deadass! Like, what the fuck? Seth and Arlo met in the mist? Okay, wait. I can believe that. Does Seth even, like, still count anymore, really? Because, okay, I know Jackson, I know Polluted, And then, yeah. And then Kelvin, obviously, currently. Yeah, the boyfriend got killed by the surgeon. Was that Jackson, right? I think. Wait, there's the legacy one. I think it's just shorter. I'm not gonna read the legacy one unless you guys want me to. But, bleh. Bleh. Yeah. If you guys want, I don't know if you have to, like, get permission to edit the wiki. I don't think so. You guys can edit the wiki as long as it's, like, actual edits to help out. Yes. Don't troll the wiki, guys. Be nice to them. They work hard. Yes. Okay. Arlo Flores. Man. Crazy work. Crazy work. Guys, every single time I see Adriana and Yara. Guys, Adriara. I swear, I do not see a lot of people talking about Adriara. More people need to talk about Adriara. Please, please, please. Dude, I'm gonna be out of water by the time I'm done with this. I can't lie. Me when Adriara? Me when I had to arisen the girl. Like, I actually had to. I had to arisen them together. It was only right, you know? I'm wondering if, like, the legacy is just really short compared to, like, the current one. But, like, they've edited these. I don't know how recent this was, though, that they, like, did this. But probably, not too recent. We love reading lore. Lore divers, chat. Are you a lore diver? I don't know. Also, I don't know if my stream's even running, if I'm being for real. Okay, never mind. We're fine. Okay. Also, by the way, I debated, like, having, like, a little fireplace, like, behind me, or, like, the freaking Club Penguin Pizza Parlor behind me, but I didn't. I didn't. Why is the legacy just 4 sentences? No, dead ass! Like, what the fuck happened? Oh, man. I'm excited to read the new characters' lore, though. Okay. I'm gonna start reading. Yara was never one to stray away from pushing herself. She knew that nothing in life came easy, and unless you had really worked for it, it would never come. Every day she would challenge herself to do better than before, and she became successful thanks to it. But going to Lakeview High wasn't easy, and despite how she felt, it seemed that her life was slowly crumbling apart. When 4 other students and 2 staff members at Lakeview went missing, everyone was stunned. It was almost impossible to believe, but it was only the beginning for Yara. Her best friend Taylor managed to grab 2 tickets to the latest Val concert. Val mentioned? Valerie? But going would prove to be one of her biggest regrets. Taylor never got home that night, and Yara was left devastated. She put all of her time and effort into athletics, ignoring her problems. All she could do was run. Run from the past, run from her responsibilities, and run from the memories. High school came and went, and although she got numerous college offers, she decided to pick a local college and keep her head down. But everything suddenly changed the night of the party. Tons of college students from all over were invited, and Yara thought it would have been a nice escape for a while. But it would prove to be one of the biggest mistakes she's ever made. Because even though it started off like any other, the noise complaints kept piling up, and eventually the police were called. Yara found herself running deep into the forest, the woods that surrounded the abandoned house the party was being hosted at. White mist began to fill the air as Yara tried desperately to make her way back. She ran faster than she had ever been before. But then it was almost as if she heard their voice, and she stopped. Nobody ever saw her again. Oh! Okay. Yeah, how current can this be if Valerie still exists, though? Wouldn't this just be Xiaoxing? Yeah, it does mention Val, so... I was like, wait, Valerie jump scare? Holy moly. But, yeah. It's fine, it's fine. A little silly. Just a little. Me when the lore. I honestly have not many comments talk about, like, with the lore, but, like, some of the parts are a bit crazy, though, I can't lie. But yeah. Corn in their narrator era, question mark? I mean, am I? Am I, chat? Am I? Guys, I'm so scared to read AG lore. I can't lie. Wait, I remember, like, the legacy one, too. Help! Dude, the mist archives are gonna be a thing. Like, I'm gonna have to read the mist archives at some point. But I mean, I've already read them, but I don't know if you guys want me to read them. But I don't know. Again, I have to see after the stream. I'm kind of, like, butchering a lot of my words. I'm, like, running over sentences and shit because I'm, like, reading fast. Sorry, guys. I can read a bit slower. Valerie escaped the mist? First survivor to escape the mist? Okay, well, technically not, but... a bit silly. Okay. Taking deep breaths. Yes. It's okay. Honestly, I fell in and out of the, like, I fell in and out of love with the lore, so it was kind of like, bleh. Oh my god, Gabby? I'm pretty sure Gabby's mentioned in Iman's lore, I think. I was low-key skimming through it, kind of cheating, but, you know. Yeah, okay. Oh! After the death of his parents, Eiji felt lost. What was he supposed to do now? He wasn't even out of high school. How is he supposed to lead his own life when he barely knows how? No one had taught him how to be himself, and no one had mentored him to grow into his own person. It wasn't clear at first, but Eiji soon figured out how to help. Figured out how with the help of his older brother. Jeez, can I read? His older brother took care of him when no one else would, and their bond grew stronger with each passing day. They were really all the other had left, and they knew that. But as soon as Jun began to... I'm not reading properly. But as Jun began to throw himself into football and his job, Eiji took a different path. He remembered the camera his mother had given him right before her passing. He had set it on a shelf to never be touched again. But now that everything was different, he decided to give it a try. He really liked it. 2. Photography became his favorite thing to do, and he got good quickly. But every night he would lay awake in bed, staring at the camera as fragments of the past came to him. Memories of playing tag in the woods with his best friend, memories of soft looks and skin brushing against skin. He missed that person dearly, but he knew they probably resented him for leaving without a word. But it wasn't his fault. He didn't want to. He never wanted any of this, but it was out of his control. The last thing Eiji remembered after the football match was getting into the car with Jun, using his older brother as a headrest while the car began to slowly drive forward. But when he woke up, he was in a place he had never been before. A strange mist blocked his vision for miles, and he was absolutely alone, sorry. It was dark, and he was scared, but then he heard shuffling behind him, and froze when a familiar voice spoke. Eiji? Wait, sorry. Okay. Pass me the notes when y'all done. There's gonna be a lot of notes. There's like over 100 characters, bro. Seth died in the mist, like for real. Okay, that's low-key kind of crazy though. Like died for real, for real? Like don't they just respawn though? I think Eiji and Jun's go like pretty hand in hand. Guys, I was cringing so bad when I used to say edgy. Edgy, and no one corrected me. I'm so sorry, guys. You need to put a gun to my head. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, let me just say right now, by the way, before I get into the lores that actually delve into the heavier topics. I mean, we've already dealt with Car Crash Andy so far, and then, burnt out med student, and then, video content creator, and then, murderer. Trigger warning, content warning, violence, bullying, suicide, etc., etc., etc. I'm gonna get demonetized for saying that, but it's fine. I don't care. Okay. Next. I mean, probably just this video, but I don't really care. We need someone to read the lore, guys! Dude, the newest character's lore, it's gonna be like 2 freaking pages. Going on a trauma spree, I see. Yeah. Several pages have a content warning. I will look over the content warning before, you know, reading it, just in case you guys need to, like, leave. Leave for this lore one. You can just mute the stream, honestly. And then just come back. Woo! Okay. I'm, like, hyping myself out. I should have had, like, sugar or something before this. Jun had to learn what it truly meant to be strong, and he had to learn quickly. With both his parents leaving him and his brother to fend for themselves. His brother was so young at the time, he had no choice but to work hard to keep them alive, but this led him to dangerous places. He never intended to become entangled in such a mess, but he was trapped. All he wanted was to take care of Eiji, yet it seemed all he had done was put them in more danger. Football was an outlet for him, and it was one of the best stress relievers out there. Although he was proud of who his brother was growing to become, he couldn't help but worry that if he ever found out the life Jun led, he would resent him. But he knew that getting out of it was impossible, and the shady business wasn't one you could just leave. He did his best to put on a front, taking the role of the courageous older brother, but deep down, he was scared. The pressure was only getting worse, and no matter what he did, nothing could pull him out of his feelings. But everything changed on that fateful summer night. It was a late night, and Jun's football match had just wrapped up. Eiji was fast asleep next to him, camera in hand. Jun was looking at social media posts by one of his favorite fitness influencers from China, while the car was being driven by someone off of a rideshare app. Nathan mentioned? All it took was a minute for everything to change. Finally, taking his attention off the phone, Jun realized that the person in the front seat didn't match the person on the app. It was her work. She had done this. He tried to quit, and she had punished him. It was too late. He reached to grab them, but the car began to screech as it turned sharply, directing right off the road and into the woods. The last thing Jun remembers was holding on to Eiji, a white mist filling up the car before it inevitably crashed right into a tree. Although the driver was confirmed dead, one mystery remained. What happened to the brothers in the back seat? Gasp! Man, do I have a favorite lore? Well, I'll find out today, honestly. 'Cause I mean, I like Nami's. I like Nami's a lot. I mean, I'm biased, though, because I like Nami. Dude, I remembered something, but then I forgot. I forgot what I was gonna say, but I remembered it mid-reading. But yeah. Core is me when I'm reading the words, but I'm not reading the words, and the words ain't worded. Exactly! No, I'm having this exact problem. I haven't read out loud in a really fucking long time. So guys, cut me some slack. The last time I read was, like, popcorn reading in school. You guys remember, like, when, oh, you have to read, and then you have to choose someone else to read, and then that person has to choose someone else to read. But yeah. Struggle, guys, struggle. Guys, we're gonna get through the first row. I didn't realize how much of a mouthful these would all be, I can't lie. I thought it'd be like the quickest reads ever. I guess not, though. I guess not. Eiji and Jun's car is actually Becky, and the Miss also took the car by accident. Gasp. That is actually kind of funny, though. Wait till you get to Crosby's? Bro, stop. Stalker lore was honestly interesting. Well, I remember the memories. Not really the lore, sorry, necessarily. Yeah, I might be here for like 5 hours. Okay, guys, I might cut this in half. I might cut this in half and then play some Daybreak after a bit. We'll probably stop at like the end of one of these rows, probably. I don't know. We'll have to see. Sorry if we don't get to your character today. I know we probably... Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, we probably won't get to the killers. We'll probably have to do that another time. But, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to do a part 2. Man. Rainer's lore took the voice actor like 8 minutes to read. No freaking way! Oh my god, bruh. It's cooked. Okay, good thing Iris's is kind of short. Are we locked, chat? Not locked. Not locked at all. A talented florist, Iris got her start at a young age. The concept of giving life was fascinating to her, and she loved taking care of her plants. All throughout high school, Iris was praised for her talent, and it made her feel good about the future. Her feelings proved correct as soon after she was able to open her little floristry shop right on the edge of town. The shop had a quaint and rustic feel to it that drew customers in. It was mysterious, but in a good way. It reminded her of someone she once knew, someone who inspired her to open the shop in the first place. The memory always hurt to think about, but it was getting better. She looked at it with a newfound sense of optimism, cherishing their memories for what they were instead of what they could be. However, things weren't always perfect. Due to the location of her shop, Iris often had to do deliveries, but one delivery led her to a quiet part of town. It was eerily empty, and Iris just wanted to complete her delivery and get out. But she soon got lost, a concrete maze that she had no idea how to get out of. Taking a wrong turn, Iris ended up in an alleyway. She turned to leave, but a thick white mist began to form, and all she could do was stand there in fear as it consumed her. It took a few days before people realized Iris's shop hadn't been open for quite a while. For a while. I'm adding words. Okay. Honestly, I don't remember Iris's lore being this short. Maybe it was just me. It's kind of crazy how she was just doing a delivery and then whoop-de-doo, the mist got her. She just wanted to, deliver her plans, bruh. Are you gonna play Daybreak on May 17th? I will have to see. It might be at nighttime, though, because I am doing something during the day. So, unless that gets canceled. Yeah. They did, narration for some of them. It's on the Daybreak channel, I'm pretty sure. If you scroll down. There's some narration for some of the survivors from the VAs. But yeah. Yeah, I kind of miss when they would do that. I think it's cool if they were to, have that, though. I like reading books like audiobooks. So, for example, me when I read, the Percy Jackson series, but I need to have, an audiobook. But yeah. I don't know. Iris did not deserve that, though. Let me just say that right now. Iris did not freaking deserve that at all. Yeah, again, a lot of the old lore, it's just, it doesn't feel really like much at all. So. Okay. I like how they're updating the lore, right. I can see them updating the lore right now. Lore! OMG lore! Oh my god. Wait, one Scorp is literally in chat. Hi. Hello! But yeah, they're, some of the lore just really has, no build-up, at all. For some of them. But, I know that, the later ones do. If they could, tweak, the older characters' lore, at least, a little, would that be cool? But I don't know. I don't know who that is! Okay. I just punched my desk. Okay. Gabrielle is a tinkerer. Tinkerer? Tinkle? Growing up, she always had an interest in mechanical things, but she had to keep it hidden due to the fear of judgment. She didn't want anyone at school to know about her passion. She thought she would be bullied for it. But all it took was a chance encounter with a quiet student. But eventually she stopped caring, and when her graduation project rolled around, she knew she had to do something relating to both of her biggest passions. Her best friend encouraged her to keep at it, and thanks to her inspiration, Gabrielle realized she could have combined two of her biggest passions: horror and inventing. The idea was simple enough: a ghost tracker. She wanted to be able to track the nearest supernatural entity, and it was just supposed to be something fun and simple. But it turned out to be so much more than that. The girl didn't even believe it would work, yet the first time she went to turn it on, it began to blink and vibrate like crazy. The machine was hot to the touch, and Gabrielle had dropped it on the floor. Dropped it on the floor as a white mist began to seep through the cracks in the machine. This was more than a ghost. It was a monster. Just what had Gabrielle channeled? She screamed, but it fell on deaf ears as the room continued to fill. But just as quickly as it came, the mist was gone, taking Gabrielle with it. The teen was reported missing later that night, her case still open to this day. It's giving, like, BuzzFeed Unsolved, low-key. Like, I don't know why. Some of these just, like, heavily give off, like, BuzzFeed Unsolved. Oh, but what happened to them? Ooh, the mystery surrounding. Dude, I think sharing a birth date with, like, a Daybreak survivor is, like, or a killer would be pretty cool. I think the closest one to my birthday would technically be, Cole. Werewolf. But, low-key, but also Xiaoxing and Apostate. Like, I'm in between Xiaoxing and Apostate, and then Werewolf. Like, between those birthdays. Premise of the story, never do mechanics. For real. Do not become an inventor, guys. Kidding. I think they can do Iris and Gabrielle since they don't connect to others. Yeah, they don't really, like, do much. Man. Dude, I'm, like, realizing, like, these are so short. Imagine, like, I give myself a break and I just let this play. Let the VAs do it. If you thought Iris's was fast-paced, look at Riley's. No, it's looking so short. Help. Truly, though, truly. I like how it has the legacy one, too. Like, you can look at the legacy. Like, it's a little bit longer, though. Leave the audio and have a break. I don't think my audio is, like, currently connected, though, to my Chrome right now. Let me see. I don't even know. Wait. Is this my audio? Hold on, wait. I think I have to, like, edit this. If you guys wanna... Oh, shit. Oh my god, the first time Okay. I'm wondering if this is gonna work. You guys need to let me know if you can hear this. I'm gonna hope it's not too loud. In the current one, they added 2 sentences, so we believe it's longer. Help? Hold on, I'm gonna make sure... Okay. Tell me if you guys can hear this, or if it's too loud. It might be too loud. I'll put it here.
I was your everyday it boy.
Oh my god.
Charming, popular, witty. I could fit in anywhere, and love to spend time with everyone. But sometimes I found myself wanting more. Nothing could ever satisfy that itch, an insatiable feeling. Friends came and went from me. Although, one person who seemed to always be there when I needed it was the new girl in town. Her father was sick, and she seemed to keep to herself for the most part. But she was cool, and she played softball. I would support her softball games, and she'd support my football matches. We weren't exactly friends, but we spoke every now and then. But I wanted to experience things that were new, that were thrilling. Living through the same routine every day was tiring, and I was getting sick of it. So when I received an invitation to go skydiving, I felt like I had to go. The timing was just perfect, and I knew this would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I wasn't able to sleep that night, far too excited for what tomorrow would bring. I woke up early that morning, getting ready quickly before heading out to the skydiving place. Once I arrived, I didn't feel the last-minute nervousness lots of folks would have. I knew what I wanted, and I was beyond excited to experience it. I smiled as I got fitted in my parachute, and I hopped aboard the plane. Everything was leading up to this. I was so high up, and the feeling was something new and totally unfamiliar. I was the first to jump off the plane, but I was the only one to never hit the ground.
Hello? Wait, that was like kind of crazy though. We should actually listen to these ones. I really like hearing the VAs actually like read through this. Bro is so joyful and whimsical. Guys, I love Riley, guys. Don't get me freaking wrong, bruh. I love Riley. I remember playing Riley and Kyle like interchangeably because like they were my two goats when I was starting off. And I kind of want to play Riley and Kyle again today. Low-key. But yeah. Dude, Riley going cave diving would be actually insane. But like low-key he would. Like, do you see those like videos of like people going through like the smallest little like crack in between the rocks to get to this like secret place? I don't know which place that is, but yeah, I really like these like voiceover things. It gives my voice a break. So maybe we'll start like watching these. My bad. I probably like could have listened to the other ones as well, but we'll have to see. We are currently on Korra's now. We were listening to the audio that the VA for Riley did. So yeah. Now we're on Korra's. We just read Riley's. But honestly, Riley's lore I find very fascinating as well. Just like imagine POV, you go skydiving, you're so excited to skydive, and then you just never seen again. Like POV, you skip by a freaking cloud, the person you're skydiving with just doesn't see you anymore. Where the fuck did Riley go? Hello? Like, that, okay, I find that one very fascinating. Okay, I find that way of disappearing very interesting. So that one might have to be, like, a top favorite, just because, like, the way bro disappeared is so freaking, like, crazy. I fucking love that. Okay. Korra! Miwa and Korra! Uh-oh. Mention of murder, guys. Well, the Nami one also had a mention of murder. Yeah. Just know, guys, murder. A lot of murder, guys. Also, why does Korra literally only have one memory? And her backstory? And that's it. Literally, their one thing, and then their backstory. And that's it. Wait, what happened, chat? If you were taken by the mist, how or where would it take you? Probably mid-stream. I'd be mid-streaming and I'd be like, hey guys, welcome back to another Daybreak stream. Well, technically, welcome back to another stream. And today, we're gonna be playing some Roblox. And then I fucking disappear. You just hear, like, all of my shit fall down, and then I fucking disappear. That's so funny. Literally, though. Mid-game, mid-round, just gone. But yeah. I'm surprised Korra doesn't have a voice thingy. Voiceover thingy. Yeah. Bike ride in the fog is insane. That is totally a way you would get, like, beat up by the mist. Taken. But yeah. Yeah, I thought Korra's lore was longer too, but I guess not. Okay. Korra had the life of nearly every other teenager in the country. Although her mother and father would occasionally argue, they were happy. Korra didn't let the occasional lows interrupt her highs. She was driven and ready to succeed in life. After graduating high school, that's when Korra received the news that would change her life forever. Her mother was gone, murdered, and nobody quite knew what happened to her. The lack of clarity made it hard for Cora to move on with her life, and she knew she had to find answers that nobody else cared to look for. It became her goal, something she had to do. She recorded every conversation she had and questioned as many people as possible. Everything she did for a reason, and she kept it documented somewhere safe. When all was said and done, Cora came to a startling realization. The one who every piece of evidence traced back to, the one who lied in his conversations with the police and even with Cora, her own father. Her suspicion was met with anger and violence as her dad attacked her, not wanting his secret to get out. Cora ran faster than she had ever before, ran straight into a thick white mist until she couldn't hear him anymore. I think Cora and Carmelita would be friends. Help? Recorded every conversation is crazy, though. But yeah. I think they should do more narrated ones, too. That'd be freaking awesome. Like, this is crazy, though, also. So Cora's dad just, like, totally killed their mom. Just dead. But yeah. I mean, you could honestly, you should make a Daybreak OC. Like, if you have an idea for one, you should do it. I have OCs that I thought about putting into Daybreak, and you can just, like, use the U skin. I mean, I have a lot of my OCs avatars, but we'll delve into that another day. Also, wait, guys, before I forget to talk about this, a little bit of a self-plug, but I think I'm gonna post some of my writing on AO3. If I get the AO3 curse, you guys will not be hearing from me. But I might post some of my OC lore and stuff on there. Granted, it's not the best lore. It honestly could be better, but it's not like a summary like the Daybreak ones. It's more like I write first person, so that's pretty cool. Daybreak devs, if you're listening, hey, if you guys have any contacts with the Daybreak people, just know. You guys should get them back on this. They were up to something, guys. They were up to something. It really, yeah, it does add, like, a level of, like, immersiveness to, like, the lore and everything to have, like, the voiceovers. But, like, it'd also be crazy to have, like, to, like, call people back to do theirs. Because I know they're probably, like, busy. But, I mean, it'd be awesome to have, like, a voiceover for people to listen to. I mean, they're not in-game, though. But they're on YouTube. So, I think they should bring it back. Hot take. Daybreak hot take. But it's not really a hot take if you guys agree. If, like, most people agree anyway. But yeah. AO3 curse, Ethrixity gets taken by the mist. No, for real. Also, I didn't know you had to, like, waitlist to get an AO3 account. I literally signed up, like, a few days ago, I think. I don't know. But, holy moly. Okay. More reading, chat. More reading. It can be hard to readjust to new things. That was something Momo knew all too well. Being abruptly moved from Hawaii to some random little town she could barely remember the name of was a lot to handle at such a young age. Her entire world shifted before she could even grasp what had happened. Getting used to living in the middle of nowhere wasn't easy, but it helped Momo find something she really loved: softball. Originally, she was only planning to do it a little bit since her parents were pressuring her to try out for her middle school team, but when she really got out there and felt the excitement from the game, she realized how fun it was. She played all throughout middle school and even in high school, making new friends and helping find her place in the world, thanks to the sport. All the while, she began getting really good at it, to the point she was regarded as her school's MVP, but it wasn't all perfect for her. Her dad had fallen ill, and the outcome wasn't quite sure. Doctors wanted to believe he could make it through, but the truth was anything could happen. That was the only thing Mama could think about as she sat in the back of her school's long yellow bus, tuning out the laughter and happiness of the others. They were driving to a rival school that was a bit far away for a game, and Momo's eyes fixated on the passing scenery as the pain in her stomach continued to swell and grow. Her head felt as though it could burst at any moment, I'm guessing, and before she knew it, everything came to a screeching stop. The bus driver tried and failed miserably to swerve out of the way, resulting in the bus completely crashing over the edge of the road and tumbling down the barren cliffside as everyone inside screamed. As her back slammed against the edge of the seat, she realized that she might not have to worry about her father, because she'd die first. Suddenly being thrust forward into the seat ahead, the last thing Mama remembers feeling is pain. But when heavy eyes slowly opened, her heart stopped. She was the last one standing. Everyone else was gone. Her hand immediately went to cover her mouth as she tried to stand on shaky legs. The bus reeked of death as Mama clutched her stomach, tears spilling from her eyes as she stumbled forward, desperately trying to find the door to get off the bus. But once the door finally opened, she was greeted with a thick white mist instead of any help. Every person on the bus was reported dead that evening. Can we have, like, a content warning for, like, car crash? Jesus fuck. Death. Again, crazy. Crazy, guys. Ah. She should have swung her bat. That is crazy. Wait, no. Literally a whole bus died and she was the only survivor. That was a lot more violent than I thought it would be. I thought it would just be like, oh, Mama loves softball. She loves playing softball. Oh, big game, big game. Oh no, bus crash. What the freak? Hello? Yeah, one of the worst ways to go, I can't lie. You literally survive a bus crash, and then you just get shoved into the mist, essentially. Again, poor Momo. Genuinely. What the fuck? Holy shit. All the bus drivers and all of her teammates just gone. That is insane. Oh my gosh. I did not realize how short the lore was for Song as well. Okay, wait. You guys are gonna have to tell me if you can hear this one, or do I have to, like, change? Wait, I'll change it just in case. I don't even know. Ooh. 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 Is it this one? What is this one, then? What the freak? I think it's still on it, then. Wait, that's fine. Okay. Hopefully it's not too loud. Break from reading! Break from reading!
Growing up, I didn't have all that many friends. I tended to keep to myself and just avoid the drama I saw others getting into constantly. This worked for a while, but eventually I craved social interaction. High school was a scary place for me, and I constantly felt trapped under all the pressure from it. The only person who I could rely on was my grandma, or, as I would put it, my harmony. My harmony taught me lots about the world of spiritualism and what it means to commune with those who are no longer with us. She taught me to respect the dead and to communicate carefully, because it could be dangerous. I followed her instructions carefully as I felt confident enough to do things alone. It was a good thing I did, though, because one gloomy night I got a call that would change my life forever. My harmony was dead, and now I had no one left. I cried and cried as I tried to get over it, but I couldn't. How could I? The one person I trusted was completely gone. But she didn't have to be. I just wanted to talk to her one last time, to properly tell her goodbye. That was my mission. But my mental state was far too clouded, and I couldn't do the ritual properly. It was too late once I realized I had made a mistake, and as a pool of blood began to form, a thick mist began to consume the basement I was in. I let out one final scream that was immediately cut short.
What was that last bit? Holy moly. Hello? That is insane, by the way. I think this is also one of the interesting ones, in my opinion, at least. 'Cause hello? Genuinely, my mouth was so shocked. Like, my jaw on the floor. Also, guys, Leva is such an amazing VA, incredibly talented. I truly, just like, all the Makoto, Sung, and Euronica, I'm pretty sure, right? Am I missing someone else? Maybe. I might not be. I don't know. But I know those three for sure. Did she summon Kiara? Um, I wonder. That's very interesting, though. I don't know. Wait. Kiara possessing her in the Twisted Timeline would be a little crazy, though. I thought it was something else. I didn't think it was Kiara. Yeah, it's not Kiara, guys. I really didn't think it was Kiara. I was so confused, I was like, that's not Kiara. But yeah. But yeah. That was very good, though. I love that reading a lot. Yeah. I like how Jack is, like, right after, by the way. Miwin, I'm not giving you a pizza, freak. Hello. Okay. It was another late night, delivering pizzas for Jack. He had grown used to this schedule, spending each day trying to chase his dreams of one day becoming a musician, and spending his nights working hard for minimum wage. The neighborhood he had been called to was sketchy, but that didn't deter him, as there wasn't anything he hadn't seen before in his many years of pizza delivery. Or so he thought. The street was mysteriously dark, as the streetlights seemed to just not be working, and as he walked up to the porch of the house that he was supposed to deliver to, a bright white light caught his attention from the corner of his eye. A basement window, open and pouring out some type of smoke. When he heard a scream, he knew he had to go make sure everyone was okay. He raced over, only to find that the smoke wasn't a smoke, and more of a mist. He had an uneasy feeling as he pushed the window open fully so he could peer in, but that would prove to be his biggest mistake as he misplaced his hand and fell in face first. When he finally woke up, he wasn't anywhere he was familiar with. It was somewhere completely different. Again, really short. I think this was honestly one of the really short ones, TBH. Hello? Bro was working his minimum wage life. He wanted to become a musician, and then bro's delivering his pizza, and then he's checking up to make sure someone's okay, and then he just gets dragged into the mist. What happened to Jack's lore? Hello? I think I knew someone named Jacqueline at one point in my life. Do you think Sung ordered a pizza, guys? Chat. Sung ordered a pizza. She wanted pizza after the ritual. That is crazy, by the way. No. No, surely not. Hello? I feel like they could have added a bit more to Jax. Just a little. Writing lore is kind of hard, though. Like, it takes me months to write lore for my characters, so, like, I understand it. Character backstory contains depictions of racism. Guys, racism is bad. No brainer. I'm so scared, though. Holy moly. Poor Xiaoxing. Because of twisted timelines, I think it's Sung's house. Is it? I feel like they could have specified a bit more if it was. But, like, my question is, like, why would she order a pizza? Thoughts? Okay, if it is, they could have specified a bit more. But I don't really think it is. If it's not specified, then I don't know. But that can just be a theory. But yeah. I wish Xiaoxing's was actually voiceovered. I know Nami's is, but I'm surprised. Well, there was no VA until recently, actually. But does Xiaoxing have, like, voice line, like, cosmetic voice lines yet? I mean, yeah, the pizza could have just been, like, delivered to a house near her, and then suddenly that happened, but I don't know. She was just grabbing some lunch before she did her ritual. Girl gotta have a snack even when summoning their dead grandma. That's crazy. Only one and it's paid. That's still crazy! I have that one because it's a part of the, Siren bundle. But, like, they should have the cosmetic voice lines, chat. I mean, I'm glad that they have one for Yvonne, though. But they should have one for Xiaoxing. It's been too long. Xiaoxing deserves one. But yeah. Sung doesn't look like the pizza type of person. God forbid a girl wants to eat! True, though. True, guys. Okay. Wait, let me drink some water before I get into this. Holy moly. This is long. This is, like, longer than, a good amount. Also, Dark Priest. Can't wait. And also Apostate re-release. Chat. Okay, I'm gonna read. Xiaoxing was no stranger to other people's opinions. All her life, she had grown up with glitzy idols, fun music, and amazing dance moves. She wanted nothing more than to join them on stage, yet it seemed like the world around her was actively trying to stop her. She knew why, and there wasn't any way to sugarcoat it. She didn't fit the mold. A black pop star in China? You've gotta be joking. That's the first thing her parents told her. Had told her, sorry, when she was a starry-eyed teenager with big hopes. Her own parents shut it down like that, but she wasn't ready to give up just yet. She practiced and trained. She needed this. She needed to prove that it was possible, not just to her parents, but to herself. By the time she was 17, she had managed to begin training with a company who was on the fence about her debut. She proved to them she was worth it, and that's how Xing was born. Is that right? Xing? Xiaoxing? Xing? Am I pronouncing that right? You guys are gonna have to correct me. I'm going to butcher something, I swear. China's shining star. She was a smash hit. She blew all expectations out of the water with vocals not found anywhere else, accompanied by show-stopping dance moves and a unique flair that the other girls simply couldn't do. But this isn't a movie, it's reality. Being talented isn't enough, and no matter how talented you are, people will always have something to say. The hate comments came in waves, and at first she took them in stride, but it was hard. How many times can you be berated for the color of your skin before you finally want to just give up? But that's when she met her, Nami Deng, a punk artist from Taiwan who was making waves across the globe with her music. It was an awkward first interaction, but as they grew closer, they came to realize they were more alike than they thought. Obviously, it wasn't the same. Nami was transgender and was criticized for that, whereas Xiaoxing was criticized for the color of her skin. Even if it wasn't the same, however, they both understood how it felt. A friendship was born, and the two girls would go on to produce one of the biggest collabs in music ever. But good things don't last forever. Their label saw how good they got along and were determined to drive a wedge between them for audience engagement. A few rumors here and Nami blocking Xiaoxing from getting her first #1 song was all it took for the relationship to be strained. But beyond everything, Xiaoxing had done it. Her dreams had all come true, and now she got to live them. That is insane, though. They were made to be rivals, chat. No! No! Good lord. Also, the achievement, like, I would love to see the achievement, like, emotes and, like, player cards. I was gonna say banners. I think you're really good, by the way. I think you don't even need me to say anything, actually. You're good. You're really good. I've seen your art. Yuri time, chat. They were friends to rivals to lovers? Me when? Yeah, it doesn't It doesn't sound like she got taken by the mist. Do we even know how she gets taken by the mist? Question. Where's the mist, chat? Well, they were originally friends, I'm guessing. I'd assume that they're friends. At first, at least, you know? They met, and then after first awkward interaction, but then they grew closer. So I'm assuming maybe they were friends, and then maybe, and then they got the rivalry thing, and then yeah. Yeah. I'd like to think that it's like they were at first friends. But I don't know. Or maybe they were dating, who knows? But that sucks though, like, what the freak? They're freaking labels, bruh. Doomed Yuri at its finest. For real. What the freak, bruh? Anyways. Me with Nami and Xiaoxing. Heart emoji, heart emoji. Yes. Yes. Does this one have a... Oh, this one does have a... Oh, it's really short, though. Holy moly. Okay. Break time! Break time! I'm hoping this one isn't too... Okay.
I always knew that it wasn't like everyone else. I never saw the world as one thing or the other. Why pick one when you can have both? Even when others didn't understand, I always stuck true to how I felt and trusted my own judgment. As I began to figure out who I was as a person, the people around me were supportive. It helped me feel better about everything as life continued as normal. Although I was considered to be a little geeky, I never had trouble finding friends. My best friend Yara was the one person I could trust throughout everything. Together, we would watch new Adriana Pen videos and listen to new Jingjing music. When we scored 2 tickets to the Chaozing concert, it was obvious who would be going. But that night changed everything. After Jingjing walked off stage, I felt worried. I pushed through the roaring crowd and made my way backstage to Yara's dismay, leaving her behind in the chaos. But as I reached it, I found it empty. I saw Chaozing stroll down a hall and followed after her. But Yara never saw me. At least, not out of the mist.
Was it during the concert? Wait, pause. They decided to do some mist effects, and then... Did Xiaoxing just, like, disappear? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. It's kind of weird how, like, Taylor, like, the lore does, like, connect that way, but, like, it makes sense, but also, I'd prefer if Xiaoxing had, you know, her own perspective on, you know, like, on being taken by the mist, at least, like, at the end. But, yeah, Taylor VA, 8 up. Hell yeah. I love hearing the audio things. It's just like, it feels like a story time, like a bedtime story, truly. But yeah. I remember playing Taylor for the first time, and I was obsessed. I actually loved Taylor so much. But I feel like they should give Taylor back the old hair. Just a little. I like the colors, though. Like, here. But, man. Oh my god, guys, it's Yona time! Miwa and Yona? Same VA as Ghost Day and Yon. Oh wait, it's oh my god, if I'm gonna butcher their like username, Vripple? Something, maybe? I mean, I think. I'm pretty sure I'm in their Discord server. I can't lie. This one has like a content warning for murder, violence, technically. I know that one for sure because I know how Yona's goes. But yeah. Mini bedtime stories. No, for real. Guys, Daybreak lore is just bedtime stories. If you really think about it, you can just read it and then like, honk me. Hongshu. Like, that's what you can do. Okay. This is long. This is pretty long. Okay. We're gonna lock in, chat. Friends didn't come easy for Yona. She had a hard time socializing, and it seemed no matter how hard she tried, she just always came off wrong. She'd spend a day at school on her own, and come home only to find her parents in another screaming match. Her only solace came when she put her headphones on and hid in her room. Idols. Maybe she didn't have friends, but the entertainment industry at least kept her busy. Let her think about other things than how miserable her life was. Although she liked a lot of them, one group had been sneaking its way to the top of her list. Starstruck. They were so likable, so handsome. They fit in wherever they went, and were all the things she wasn't. All she wanted was the chance to meet them, at least once. Just once, so she could finally feel like maybe she belonged somewhere, and that her entire existence wasn't some cruel prank being played on her by life. Hello. Just watching them through a screen wasn't enough. She did fan meets, fan calls, and voraciously, am I saying that word right? Hello? Voraciously defended them on every social media platform. Yona hadn't even realized how far she had fallen until one stupid night that made her regret everything. In one of the many group chats she was in, someone had leaked the supposed address of the Starstruck dorm. Nobody wanted to go in case it was real. They didn't want to get in trouble, and didn't want to potentially upset the idols they worship so much. To Yona, however, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to prove her devotion and stand out amongst a sea of people just like her. What she really wanted was Byung-ho to praise her, to say something and mean it. I'm sorry if I butchered his name, by the way. He was her favorite. His energy was cool and collected, yet he seemed so kind and genuine in every video she watched. It was easy to get caught up in daydreams where he was her friend, and she didn't have to be alone. She just didn't want to be alone. That's how she ended up at the address, standing outside the dorm as heavy rain hit the ground. Her heart was beating against her rib cage, and for a moment, she found herself wondering if any of this was even worth it. It had to be, didn't it? Wasn't this the right thing to do? Girl, no! Sorry. As she approached the door, she noticed it was already slightly open, and her curiosity got the better of her. It opened with a creak, revealing the eerily silent dorm. It was the same as it had been on their live streams and in their videos. It was real, and she was standing in it. But then she noticed the pool of blood seeping out into the wooden tiles. Her eyes followed it back up to the body of her favorite, mangled and beaten beyond recognition. She only knew it was him because of his signature blue hair, and that broke her. She stumbled forward as her breathing heavied. What was going on? How could this happen? Shaky eyes flickered over to the other body just out of view. Am I gonna butcher this name? Hangul. Hangul? She covered her mouth, legs like jelly, as she struggled to keep herself standing upright. Amidst the panic, she didn't notice the mist seeping in from the door, and when officers arrived the next morning, there wasn't a single trace of her. That, again, is one of the insaner pieces. It's crazy how Yona just like, ooh, a Starstruck dorm room? I'm not gonna potentially get kidnapped if I go to this location or anything. Let's go! Yona, I'm so sorry. Like, I get, like, the isolation and the loneliness. Also, parasocial behavior. Very, like, you know, POV. It's quite insane how Yona did all that. Just, like... But yeah. Yeah, I do see, like, a bit of art for, like, if the members were still alive, which is honestly really cool. There's this one artist that I know. I don't know the name, but their art was really good, and they drew a lot of Starstruck things, related things. But yeah. Again, Yona freaking crazy for that. That's what I gotta say. That's for sure. I like how we're, like, almost, like, an hour and a half into stream, and we're barely, like, on the second row still. Man. Daejong, oh my god! Voice actor red. OMG. Pause, chat. Pause. Okay, I'm gonna lower it just a little. Hopefully it's just not too loud. Okay.
I had always been a people person. All throughout high school, I carried a very approachable energy, and I clicked with people easily. It wasn't hard for me to make friends, and I loved it. I loved knowing that I could make others happy. When a local entertainment group was hosting auditions for a new group, I decided to try out after some pushing from my friends. To my surprise, I actually got in. I was astounded at the thought that one day I could debut. Years of training later, I was ready. My new group, Starstruck, had just finished our first mini-album and was about to be revealed to the world. But I didn't care about that as much as I did about one thing. Yejun, my groupmate. We became fast friends, but now I was feeling as though maybe friends wasn't enough. Yejun never failed to make me smile, and he always lit up my world in a way I had never experienced before. But everything changed on one cool summer night. I had just finished up a photo shoot and was coming home late. Entering the dorm all the members shared, it was quiet. Too quiet. I gulped as I walked around, making my way to the bedroom Yejun and I shared. But when I opened it, I never expected to see someone I looked up to so much standing over the bodies of my friends with a hammer in hand. I could barely utter a sentence as the mist consumed us both, never to be seen again.
Against the ending summary. But, oh my god, the VA did a really good job at that, I can't lie. I was like, damn, this is kind of short, but also like, holy moly. Wait, please don't tell me Rainers is actually 8 minutes. Bedtime story 8 minutes. Just read Rainer's lore. Hello? Okay, if Day never became an idol, Yejun would never become an idol, because Yejun became an idol for Day. But like, it's a good question on like, I feel like Yejun would probably still be obsessing over Day. Yeah. What if I read the lores by chapter? I think I have to read the lore another time. I genuinely don't think I can, like, the memories, I mean. It's, like, actually 8 minutes long. You may need 3 more bottles. Of water? Am I cooked? Wait. Pause. I'm gonna go check just to see how... I just want to know how long Rainers is. We're on Serena, by the way. Hold on, let me check this. Why is it 9 minutes? Guys, what the frick? Stop! Okay, we'll get back to that, chat. We'll get back. Holy fuck! It's fine. We'll be fine, chat. Oh god. I'm pretty sure Serena's lore was recently, well, not recently, but like recently updated, as in like the lore, like this is the old lore with the audio, and then this is like the new lore. So I'm gonna just read the new lore. I bet this sounds great though. But we're gonna, I mean, okay, if you guys want, then I'll play this and we can read the old one. But I guess first, maybe I'll read the current one. So yeah. Yeah, why is Rainers actually like a whole freaking novel? That's freaking crazy. Okay. Let me drink water first. This is a mouthful, guys. This is a mouthful. Okay. Serena never really understood what the people around her wanted. Before she transitioned, her mother was her biggest supporter when it came to hunting. But after, it seemed like she much preferred the idea of Serena staying home and doing anything else. But Serena loved hunting. She loved it more than anything else. It was the only time she ever seemed to make her father proud, and it was just another thing she outperformed her twin brother in. The thrill of it all was unbeatable, but she found it hard to forget the solemn look her mother always wore when she'd leave with her bag slung over her back and her hatchet sheathed into her waistband. As the years passed by, not only did her physical skills grow, but her problem solving ones did too. She developed a keen sense of awareness far superior than anyone else in her family, always being the first to notice when something was off and danger was afoot. That's why she was the first to smell the blood in the air one stormy winter night. The heavy breathing of a beast like no other was masked by the wailing of the winds and the laughter of her brothers and father, but it didn't go unnoticed. Chat, by the way, there's violence and death. Oops, my bad, I should have said that. Stop. The words came out just loud enough for her companions to hear, their idle conversation fading into the background. The woman didn't get to utter another word before a pair of amber eyes revealed themselves amidst the flurry of snow. Serena reached for her hatchet, but a searing pain took hold of her first. A blinding flash of white, then red, was all she saw. Gloved hands shooting up to cover her eye as she let out an agonizing scream of pain. Her entire world came to a standstill, ears ringing so loud she swore she might just die. Tiny droplets of blood ran down her cheek, the screams of her father and brother providing a tether to the world around her. With an angry groan, she forced herself up to her feet, taking one hand off her wound to grab her weapon. Despite her blurry vision, Serena found herself face to face with a creature like no other. Half man and half wolf, the creature was gorging itself on her father. Long, sharp claws sliced through flesh like fabric. The beast's maw stained crimson as it ripped through her father. Serena froze, blue eyes can I speak? Hello? Serena froze, blue eyes welling with tears as she could only stare at the vacant yet horrified expression her father wore. Her brother was unmoving, and she knew she was too scared to act. With no other options, she darted for her rifle her father had dropped onto the ground. Her one hand fumbled with this stupid thing, and in her focused state, she didn't even notice the strange white mist slowly seeping in around her. I don't remember the difference between the old lore and the new lore, but like definitely the hatchet right now. Yeah. What the freak, man? Rainer and Crosby's lore, man. Wait. I feel like, yeah, definitely this one's a lot better than this one. Like, I feel like this one has, like, a lot of, like, more description to it. But I don't know if you guys want to read the previous one, or do you guys want me to play this? But it's very interesting to, like, see the differences between, like, the older and the newer. But yeah, I think, werewolf, it ends, like, similarly with the werewolf killing their dad. Nobody has time for Rainer and Crosby. Okay, you underestimate me. I have time. I have so much time. Trust. Dude, Electra's gonna be so freaking pissed at me. She was like, let's play Daybreak today. And I said, oh, okay. Guys, I don't think we're gonna have time to play Daybreak today if we're going through all this lore. I can't lie. But yeah, should we read this previous one? I guess, I don't know. I guess not. It's just the same thing. That's it. But this one's, like, quite better, honestly. There's always time for a medieval yaoi. I fucking love that, by the way. Medieval yaoi is peak. Oh, man. Doomed medieval yaoi. Yes, chat. And then I'm pretty sure Kyle's is also same content warning. The previous one doesn't have a voiceover thing though. Okay. Despite growing up in a family of hunters, Kyle always preferred to take things at his own pace. While his father might just say he's afraid or weak, Kyle knows that sometimes the key to success is utilizing brain over brawn. He may not be the physical powerhouse his sister is, but his awareness and patience gives him an edge. Yet, in some ways, he often found himself envying his sister. Sometimes it felt like he didn't even exist when they went hunting. It was always about Serena, and never Kyle. How could he ever compare to her? Even when she told him that he didn't need to be like her, it felt more patronizing than caring. And he hated himself for feeling that way, because he knew that she would never mean it like that, and that she genuinely cared for him. But what did that alleviate the what did that alleviate the pit that formed in his stomach every time he thought about everything? How did it fix the way his parents looked at him when he was lesser than just because he wasn't as good as her? When the stormy winter night happened, he thought maybe he'd be able to prove himself. Of course he didn't notice the threat that had been stalking him. Serena did. When the beast revealed itself, he didn't think to reach for his weapon, but Serena did. He was so caught up in what he should do, that he didn't even realize until it was too late until the beast lunged forward. Serena fell to the ground, screaming out in pain as she clutched her face. Kyle moved to help her, but then he heard it, the snapping of jaws and the wet rip of flesh. His jaw dropped wordlessly, his grip on the pocket knife faltering. Kyle had seen things die before, the animals they hunted, people in movies and on TV, but never like that. Not ever like that. His father let out a strangled noise, eyes widening before his face went still. His last expression was that of pure horror, and Kyle could barely stomach it. He glanced back over to his sister, who was fumbling with their father's rifle. He had to do something. He needed to do something. With grit teeth, he pulled the pocket knife out, and even with the body doing everything in its power to stay still, he lunged forward. His blade barely pierced the skin before the beast can I speak? Hello? Before the beast pushed him away with a strong arm. The man fell face first into the snow, and the adrenaline coursing through his veins almost made him miss the way the pearly white faded into a deep red. With a shaky breath, Kyle turned his arms over, blood running cold when he saw the deep gashes on his forearms. No longer could he stomach the heavy snow around stomach, hello? No longer could he hear the heavy snow around him, or Serena's pained grunts as she tried to get the rifle to work. Everything seemed distant now. And his head felt very light. His vision began to fade in and out before his body went still, and an eerie white mist began to roll in. Again! What the freak? Kyle is so real, by the way. Fight, flight, or freeze? I'm freeze also, by the way. But yeah, with the comparison and, freezing, Kyle, very relatable. High key. Are you going to read the replaced/eliminated character? Guys, you shouldn't have asked that, by the way. I have the document pulled up, by the way, for, the older this lore here, but I don't know. If you guys want me to, I mean, I could, but that might have to be, at the end, maybe. Or, I mean, I don't know. Or we could get it done now. Thinking. I could. I really could, though. I have the doc pulled up, if you guys want me to. Because I have it, guys. I have it. Trust. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Jans has a voiceover. I think. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Oh wait, no, it does. I was like, I remember Jan having one, but it's the old one and not the new one. Guys, I'm not gonna get a break. Oh gosh. Okay. Well. Does this one have a warning as well? I'm pretty sure this one probably needs to have a death. Well, I don't think so. Wait, is it? Or does it, vaguely skim over her father's death? We'll read to find out. For all the gifts her father had given her, the only one that ever really stood out was a dinky little machine. It sat on her dresser, a reminder of her 16th birthday, and the day she realized her father would probably never really give her what she wanted. At the very least, he had made it. And it wasn't just clothes or just some other materialistic good. Sometimes it felt as though he'd never get it, that she didn't even need a gift if it meant getting to spend a little time with him. Time that mattered too. Not just a car ride together or a conversation so awkward it felt like she was talking to a stranger rather than her own dad. I'm biting my tongue, sorry. When Nathan, her new bodyguard, was introduced to her, she thought for sure it wouldn't ever last. But hello? What did she need a bodyguard for? Despite her initial plan to scare the guy off for being on her worst behavior. Ugh. Can I speak? I'm like tongue twisting myself, sorry. The two ended up becoming close friends. Something about Nathan was easy to open up to, and he actually listened to her when she spoke. For a while, things almost seemed perfect. Sure, her father still didn't have time for her, but at least she had a friend. At least she had someone who she could trust and spend time with. I'm butchering really hard here, sorry guys. He was like her older brother, and she found that to be enough. She tried a little harder in school and tried to be more understanding when it came to her father's work. He was busy. Running a company as big as Tion Industries probably wasn't easy. And it was thanks to that work she got to live the exuberant life she lived. Did I pronounce 2 words wrong? Is it Tion? Tion? No, probably not. Exuberant, hello. I don't vocabulary enough, I fear. But sometimes, when she was alone in her bed, she found herself wishing for less. Wouldn't her life be better or worse if they were a normal family? She didn't know, and she never got to find out. Her father's last wish to her was Pang, an android designed to be the perfect bodyguard. Yon didn't like him at first. How could she? He was created to replace the only person who had ever really cared about her, and she would never let such a thing happen. But Pang wasn't all bad. He got along with Nathan and took care of them both. Took good care of them both, sorry. It felt like they were a family, and to her surprise, Yon managed to feel even happier than she did before. But her happiness was short-lived the day her father was murdered in his own lab. Okay, yeah, the mention of murder. The culprit wasn't caught. Pang was missing. She had nothing except for Nathan and her mom, even though her mom had checked out of the family a long time ago. Oh, sheesh. Nathan wasn't taking it well. It was easy to see through his forced smiles and awkward attempts to cheer her up. But every night, she had to go back to her stupid room and see that stupid, ugly machine her father had made for her. I'm skipping words in my mind. I'm so sorry. That was all he had left behind for her. She hated it, and she found herself hating him. She never needed a penthouse, never needed luxury clothes. She just needed her father. Jan knew it wasn't right, though. She didn't want to hate him, but he never put in any effort, and now he was gone. It wasn't fair. None of it was. The guilt ate her up as she tried to put on a brave face for Nathan and her mom, but it was hard. None of it mattered after the night Nathan took her to see the Christmas lights. The crowds around them dispersed, and Jan didn't notice that the snowstorm had been getting stronger the whole time. When the snow subsided and everything was clear again, there was no sign of either of them. It was almost as though they had never been there in the first place. I think I like this rewrite. I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's kind of crazy though how like Pang just disappeared and like her mom's just never there. That's again insane. Hello? Where is her mother? Also the comments, hello. But yeah. Miwan Yawn moment. I wonder why Jan's father made a tracking machine for Jan, because I'm pretty sure a tracking machine isn't something you usually give to a 16-year-old. No, for real! But I guess, like, I don't know, he thought it'd be cool to give her something, like, handmade from, you know, the company, whatever. Or maybe he just, like, handmade it himself, which is, like, a nice sentiment in a way. But, I don't know. I mean, it's not bad. The previous lore, it's a lot shorter than this one, so, yeah. But, I mean, man. It doesn't mention Peng at all, by the way, in this one. Like, the person who did it was never caught. They also stole her father's invention, leaving her with nothing. Yeah, the stealing. Or is Peng the father's invention? Or was Peng just non-existent here? I'm pretty sure Peng was just non-existent there, maybe? Who knows? It's low-key hard to see whether Jan's dad deserved what he got or not, because on one hand, he was just an amateur father, but on the other, maybe he just got unintentionally distant from his family. I don't know. With, like, work and all that stuff, it's like, huh. Like, you really could be spending a little more time with your family, though, if you're, but, like, you're a busy guy, I get it, but, like, could you really not shell out some time with your daughter and your wife, you know? Like, guys. Like, you have to literally hire someone to protect your daughter. But yeah. When was not Jan and Nathan's lore? Like, this feels kind of recent, but I don't know how recent this was, this lore. But like, yeah. I mean, it's a lot longer now. Holy sh... Yapathon! Oh no, guys. Oh no. I mean, when I scroll down and I'm just like, wait, I have to fucking read this? Pause. Pause. Guys, I'm running out of water. I'm like trying to like save my water, but also like, I don't know, kind of need it. I'm gonna pray for your voice, because holy cow, that's long as heck. Guys, I accepted my fate as soon as I like thought of this stream and like realized, oh shit, I have to read a lot of lore. But like, I really thought I could speed through it, but I should be saving my voice, guys. Growing up, Nathan had a pretty easy home life. His parents let him coast by on mediocrity, while he spent his time out with friends and ignoring his duties. It wasn't until he got to college did they really crack down on him, and the reality of life hit him so fast he almost couldn't believe it. He was terrified, to be honest. School was too overwhelming and he couldn't keep a job long enough to pay his parents the rent they expected. Too many missed payments turned into a one-way ticket to China to stay with his grandma, and despite being an adult, Nathan knew there was nothing he could do about it. Something inside him felt off. Being so powerless in his own life, it made him angry. But he was never a mean person. He needed to blow off steam in his own way. So he hit the gym, started taking his routine seriously. Gym bro? Hello? His work slowly but surely started to pay off, and before he knew it, a whole year had passed. It's crazy though how his parents just sent him to China. They're like, shit. That's insane. His new life was different, but it wasn't bad. He worked 2 shoddy part-time jobs, but at least he had money, although finding friends wasn't as easy as it had been back home. Being alone was a new norm for him, and that was okay. It was late when he got done at the gym for the day, and he made a quick stop at a convenience store to grab dinner. There was a limo idling out front, and Nathan watched as a man dressed up nicely in a suit stepped out with a girl following suit. Suit? Same sentence twice? Sorry. I was like so confused when I read suit twice. They looked way too rich to even be in the area, especially that late at night. This is the only place you can get it, Dad. I'll be quick, promise, the girl called out, purse in hand as she raced towards the front doors. Nathan didn't think anything of it, at least not until he got inside himself and saw the girl standing awkwardly near the corner while a man that was way too old to even breathe in her direction towered over her. Although he didn't hear what was said, what? I don't know if I'm supposed to be putting emphasis on these, I probably should be. Although he didn't hear what was said, the look on the girl's face told Nathan everything he needed to know. Without hesitation, he approached the two, stepping in front of the girl protectively. Did you get what you needed? He asked casually, not taking his eyes off the creep. Yeah, the girl said with a hesitant nod. Let's go then, Nathan spoke gently, in case the girl wanted nothing to do with him. But to his surprise, she followed him to the register, paid for her stuff, blind boxes, real as fuck by the way, and then left. She all but ran to the limo, and her father immediately noticed that something was off. After the girl, Jan explained what had happened, the stranger looked angry. I think there should be a comma there. I'm confused. Wait. Nathan was almost scared he would be in trouble somehow, but instead, the man slid him a business card and told Nathan to give him a call sometime. They drove off, and Nathan stared at the jet black card in his hand. Lei Tian, CEO of Tian Industries, a leading robotics corporation. Is it Lei Tian? I might be butchering that. I'm so sorry. Nathan wasn't sure when it was appropriate to call, so he waited until the next day. Part of him didn't know what to expect, and the other part was hoping the man would offer up some kind of reward. But instead, he offered a job, or rather, the opportunity to be interviewed for one. A bodyguard. Jan's bodyguard. When he heard the pay, he knew he just couldn't reject the offer. He was surprised to find that the girl was only slightly younger than himself, and he was even more surprised at how close they became. He was protective of her in a way that went beyond his job, because over time, Jan had become something of a sister to him. It was hard not to notice the way she frowned whenever her father left, or the way her expression darkened every time he tried to appease her with expensive gifts. The two of them ended up going out a lot, doing things that Jan wanted to do, but her father could never find time for. Then came Pang, the android Lei had invented to watch over Jan. Nathan wasn't an idiot. He knew he was being replaced, or at least he was supposed to. But Pang became part of their little family, and at times Nathan found himself forgetting that the android wasn't even human. But then Lei was found dead in his lab. News of his death spread like wildfire, and Nathan could only watch as Jan became a husk of the girl she had been. Eyes that had once sparkled were so dull and devoid of life, because the only person she had now was Nathan. Pang had been taken the same night Lei was murdered, and there weren't any leads as to what happened. Except that wasn't quite the truth, because Nathan knew. He had ventured down into the lab just in time to see Pang standing over Lei's body. His biggest regret in life would be taking the android down with a nearby axe. He panicked and ended up hurting one of his best and only friends. Worst of all was the fact he couldn't bring himself to tell Jan. He knew the truth, but lied to her face with a smile. The girl was so hollow inside, and all he could do was try to cheer her up. His last attempt was taking her out to see the lights on a cold December night. But after straying away from the crowd, a thick mist began to consume the both of them. Jesus fuck. Nathan. Honestly, I don't think Nathan should be gatekeeping that. Like, I get that, he just wants to, like, protect Jan from, being hurt and devastated even more. Because, she's grieving her father that she never really got to spend time with. But I think she has the right to know who murdered her father. Also, hello, Desolate, hello. But yeah, I do like how Nathan and Jan developed, like, a sibling, like, relationship. That's, like, cool. But yeah, love that. They're the best of siblings in my heart. But it's crazy how Nathan gatekept that. I do not respect Nathan for gatekeeping that information from Jan. Because Jan deserves to know the truth behind her father's death, murder, And also, this should probably have, like, a little warning here, by the way, for the wiki editors. I'm helping the wiki, guys, trust. By reading all of this, I'm helping. Totally. Oh my god, it's the prison Yuri! Peachy is missing out, guys. Me win? Wait, we're gonna read the old lore first. Cause, yeah, she's getting a rewrite, and she has her redesign right now, so everything below's gonna be old. But, yeah. This is Prison Yuri! Chat, oh my god. Also, again, my voice, holy shit. Man, this is gonna have to be like at least a 3-part stream. I'll do it whenever, like, I have time to read. Cause, oh man. But I'll do, like, my favorite ones that I read the stream of. Like, my favorites. And, yeah. But so far right now, I like Riley's. Even though Riley's is short, sweet, and simple, the way he disappeared was kinda cool, I can't lie. But yeah. Me win, Eliz, Yvonne? Yvonne, Eliz? Heart emoji? Me win? Okay. Elizabeth Payne returned to her father's house after a long day of relentless studying and lectures at her local college. Elizabeth's father was a stern man turned cynical after a rough divorce, and it seemed that his pent-up anger could no longer hold water as he stood in the living room of the house, bloodied kitchen knife in hand, and the decaying body of Elizabeth's mother on the ground, cold and lifeless. Yeah, that is murder, alright. So sorry, guys. Mention of murder! Sorry! Elizabeth attempted to flee the premises, but her father caught up to her, and everything went dark. Elizabeth awoke, detained, being framed for the murder of her now dead mother. Elizabeth knew that her father was the true culprit. However, due to her father's position as the warden of a prison and being well known among the force as an amiable man. Blech. Everyone vowed to lean towards his side rather than Elizabeth's. Elizabeth was sentenced 30 years in an all-women's high-security prison, and to make matters worse, was sent to her own father's prison, presumable by request of her father to watch over her and torment her during her hellish stay. Elizabeth lived her life in constant fear from then out, afraid that one day she'd be confronted by her father and killed mercilessly just like her mother. It wasn't until months later that she had met a young inmate who was willing to protect her from harm. I'm going to butcher this. Is it Ghanaian? Ghanaian? You guys are gonna have to help me with this one. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering that. Is it Ghanaian? Yeah, this is the same lore. We'll reread lore probably when it comes out. Like when the new one. Warden's getting removed. Is there a specific reason? I thought it was just because Warden kind of sucked and they just wanted to rewrite the lore. Or was it like different writer thing? I'm not sure. Okay. A Ghanaian woman by the name of Yvonne Kojo. Yvonne, much like Elizabeth, shared many similarities with each other. Both were framed for heinous crimes and both were victims of the flawed justice system. Oh, wait, sorry. Ghanaian? I'm not sure. Okay, wait. Ghanaian? That makes a little more sense, actually. Okay. Yeah. Their similarities made them almost inseparable in their prison stay, and they had become extremely close as a result. It seemed that Elizabeth's life had begun to take a turn, yet that all came to a close one day. A massive riot had broken out in the prison, and Elizabeth had seen, I think it's seen, this opportunity. Seen this as an opportunity to finally escape the clutches of her father. After escaping, Elizabeth desperately attempted to look for Yvonne, thinking she had escaped as well. This was the last time that Elizabeth Payne was spotted before going missing forever. People use Warden. It's just, like, not really as often as you would see. But, like, Warden's being replaced by the Recluse. And, they're getting, like, was it Until Dawn styled kind of story? Which I think is also interesting, but I am going to miss the prison aspect. Like, oh my god, they found solace in each other in prison. But yeah. I mean, Warden's playable. People play Janitor too. It's just you just don't see it as often. And when you do see them, they're pretty good at the game, I can't lie. Dude, my voice is like kind of breaking down right now. I can't lie, but like, okay, wait, pause. Third fucking row. Chat. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Okay, no, I want to at least make it to the 4th row. At least to the 4th row. maybe we can end... Actually, I want to make it to the 5th row at least. Bare minimum 5th row? I don't know. We're gonna have to figure that out. Well, I just want to see how long we can go with this, because, like, my voice is already getting kind of tired. Because we're doing a lot of reading, to be fair, so... But I don't think Janitor or Warden are, like, bad gameplay style, like, wise. Like, they're easy to play. I feel like you just have to know what to do with them. But, yeah. We're gonna need a part 2 or 3. Because my voice is already dying and we're, like, 2 hours in. Also, story mentions violence and bullying. So, yeah. And also rewrite, eventually. I want to get to Lakeview. I kind of want to, like, get into Rainer and Crosby's. I get to have, like, my 9-minute break when we read, when we go through that with Rainer's. But I'll be reading along, too. I'm not leaving when these are being read. I'm just, like, I'm paying attention. I'm listening. I have my listening ears on. But yeah. Okay. Okay, this one's honestly fucking crazy. I read this one actually recently. A sophomore in college, Yvonne Kojo had been going out with friends, celebrating the completion of their finals. Late at night, all 3 of them walked aimlessly down the side of the road towards their college campus when an unidentified pair of men had snuck up on them. Hello? Sorry. Yvonne and her friends were all forcefully dragged off the side of the road into an alleyway where they were almost assaulted and murdered. Okay, this one should also have assault and murder in the thing as well. It's fine. Yvonne fought back violently, attempting to protect her friends by disarming one of them and using his weapon against them both. Both men were gravely injured. Yvonne and her friends panicked as they didn't know what to do in their situation, knowing that both men would die soon. They all came together and hid both bodies in the alleyway and disappeared into the night. The next morning, authorities came and arrested Yvonne and her friends. To selfishly protect themselves, Yvonne's friends had lied to the police and eventually the court about their involvement with the murder of the 2 men. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Excuse me? What? Okay, first of all, Yvonne's friends, I hope they get what... I hope... They're gonna catch these fucking fists. Yvonne was doing all she could to protect them, and they're just evil. They're straight up evil. They just lied about their involvement. Yo. Fake ass friends, for real. What the fuck? Yvonne, you deserve so much better, girl. Holy shit. Yvonne was sentenced to 40 years in an all-women's prison all-women's prison high-security prison. Okay, sorry. It, probably just... I don't know why it was written like this. Yvonne's life seemed to vanish in front of her, as she was now the supposed murderer of 2 men. Her family shunned her, and so did the rest of society. In prison, things were not as bright either. Yvonne was constantly harassed by other inmates, and it seemed that she had lost the spark that made her shine bright. Her days were miserable until she met an inmate named Elizabeth Payne. Elizabeth was a kind-hearted, albeit shy girl who had felt pity for Yvonne. Elizabeth, unlike the other inmates, believes the story that Yvonne, sorry, I was thinking yawn for some reason because of the Y. Yvonne constantly tells about the horrid night where her life changed. Throughout her prison stay, Elizabeth and Yvonne became extremely close. They had both become the lights each other needed after their lives had gone downhill. That would all change, however, as one day a riot had broken out in the prison. Despite the chaos and opportunity to escape, Yvonne attempted to look for Elizabeth, calling her name out frantically as she stepped over the crumbling prison littered with the bodies of the prisoners that had once bullied and demeaned her. Yvonne finally reached Elizabeth's cell, where she was last sighted before going missing forever. Okay, again, fucking insane. 40 years? Yeah, was self-defense never considered there? Hello? What? And the way her friends just threw her under the bus instead of, like, being like, hey, these men were trying to get us first. This was out of self-defense. Like, that, they could have totally said that. They have the accounts. Like, this could have been, Yvonne didn't have to be in this situation. But her friends are shitty. Law enforcement here. Boo. What the freak? So they just pinned it on Yvonne, which is so fucked up. Like, that's actually fucking insane, by the way. But yeah. Criminal. Yvonne and Elizabeth deserve so much fucking better. And also, big fuck you to Elizabeth's dad, and also big fuck you to Yvonne's friends. Fake ass friends. They're not even friends. They're just... No. No. I have a lot to say about that, because I stand by my prison Yuri duo, okay? Oh gosh. Murder? Sorry, I do not recall Lyndon's containing murder. Okay, give me a second. Also, I didn't realize Lyndon's was this short. I know nothing about the law, but they didn't consider that if they all said that they were going to be murdered and it was self-defense, nobody would go to prison. Yeah, no! Like, if they just, like... I'm assuming they just threw Yvonne under the bus in the sense that, oh, they didn't even think about, like, saying, hey, this was actually out of self-defense. They just said, like... I just assumed that they were actually just, like, asswipes completely. So, yeah. D&I, Yvonne's friends. But yeah. Okay. Oh my god, dude, I'm out of fucking breath. Okay. Lyndon was never afraid to sail the seas in search of treasure and fame. It was something he had always wanted for the longest time, and he wasn't about to let any blubbering fool get in the way of his glory. Slowly but surely, he built a name for himself. All by himself from the ground up. Lyndon Davenport. He who should be feared. He liked the sound of it, and although his crew was small, they were tight-knit and worked together in a way most others couldn't. That's why it hurt so much to see them die. The first raid on the ship was small, but the second one was much, much bigger. By the time the third one rolled around, there was barely anybody left. All Lyndon could do was watch as his friends were slaughtered mercilessly by those who were fighting for justice. But their justice was his downfall. In a last-ditch effort, Lyndon went out blazing. Although he wasn't able to save his ship or even himself, he was satisfied with his efforts. Just as the gun was raised to his temple and about to be fired, a loud thud was heard. Wait, what the freak? Was he being held at gunpoint? Or was... Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I thought something else was happening. A loud thud was heard below as something seemed to have knocked into the ship. The men scrambled to try and save themselves before it capsized, and in the chaos, Lyndon managed to hop overboard. He would never let them get the satisfaction of killing him. That's what he thought, at least. But when the water started to feel warm and a strange mist began to materialize in front of him, all he could do was black out, as it seemed forces above him were at work. Again, crazy. Also, hello. I'm assuming, I'm just gonna call you Mav. We are reading Daybreak Backstories. It is quite the mouthful. And also, this is quite insane. For a second, I thought he was holding a gun, like, to himself. Or was he being held at gunpoint? I was like, oh. But yeah. Quite crazy. Honestly, I feel like they could re-update Lyndon's lore a little more. I feel like there could be a little more detail to that one. But I like it, though. I like it. Maybe held at gunpoint. Yeah, I think held at gunpoint, like, via the raids. Man. Okay. I feel like, okay, this one has, like, I feel like Dakari has a lot more when it comes to, like, the memories and stuff. I like the Mist Archive for Dakari. But we'll read that another time. Let me drink water. I'm actually dying out here, bruh. Gonna have to get more water, guys. Dakari was always curious about the dark depths of the ocean, wondering what creatures were hiding just out of vision. He wanted to be one of the people who would venture where no one has been before, in dark and scary waters where safety wasn't ever guaranteed. The first step towards achieving this goal was completing school, which proved to not be an issue for him as he passed with flying colors. He continued to give everything he did his all, and soon enough he landed himself an internship with a growing research company. Despite being new, the company seemed to have an excess of wealth as scientists from all over the world would come together to go off and research things. Some groups were sent off to the Arctic and others to the jungle, but for Dakari and his group, they were sent to the middle of the sea, on a boat unlike any other. Equipped with the state-of-the-art facilities, everything seemed perfect, but one stormy night proved that everything can fall apart in a matter of seconds. A thick black liquid began to bubble up on the surface of the water, and the ship began to capsize as something or someone had completely destroyed the bottom. Dakari let out a scream as he watched his colleagues fall off one by one, panicking as he ran back to his room to get the creation he was working on. Foolishly believing that an injured whale or shark was attacking the ship, he raced out with his heel gun in hand, only to find that everyone else had mysteriously vanished. The sky was an unfamiliar shade of red as he couldn't focus with all the noise. The last thing Dakari remembers is being on the deck, watching as the water became a sickly black and a figure began to push through the surface. Before he could call out or say anything, a white mist seemed to consume him. Yeah. Water does help with reading. And also, I really do not remember Dakari's lore at all. So it's crazy how short this is. And also, like, definitely polluted. Oil or boil. I know it just might be a coincidence, but I wonder if the company... Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they are. We'll probably have to find out. But it'd be interesting if it is. You know, if it was, like, the same thing. But it feels different. I don't know. It feels like it would be different. I'm dying. I'm dying out here, chat. I'm dying out here. Help. I think the Lakeview 4 probably have, voiceover things, right? Unless it's like, do they have new lore? Euronica's for sure has, like, the voiceover. Stinky fish on trail in Dakari story. Not for real, the polluted. What the hell? What the hell? What were you doing, Buster? I can't even. Becca Prescott. Guys, I'm gonna be for real. I didn't watch the Scream franchise until, like... And I didn't understand that Becca Prescott was a Scream reference. Literally, the final girl. I didn't realize that at all. Even though it is literally teased throughout everything. Absolutely everything. But I think it just makes me appreciate more, like, of Becca, I guess, in a sense. But yeah. Also, violence, guys. Uh-oh. I think this one's pretty obvious, because, you know, if you think about the Scream franchise, guys, there's murder. But yeah. Oh my god. Guys, I'm gonna fucking tap out. I'm gonna make it, no! I'm gonna make it, guys. Becca introduced me to the bit of the Scream franchise. Yeah. I watched every single Scream movie except the recent one because I heard the recent one was bad. I have a letterbox. You guys can probably see my reviews on the Scream movies. 6 was very intense. I think it was 6. 5 kind of sucked, but I like Dylan Minnette. I'm talking about the Scream franchise now, so sorry, guys. And then also, yeah, I just like Dylan Minnette in 5, but I didn't really like the premise of 5. Nor did I really like 6 all that much, but 6 was fun in terms of, like, it being intense. But yeah. I don't remember 4 that much. I mean, the first 3 might have been alright. Like, definitely the first 2 were iconic, for sure. I don't remember the third one, though. No, the second one was the college one. The third one was the movie theater one. Like, not the movie theater. The film one when they were filming the Stab franchise. So, yeah. Also, not a lot of people know that, like, Becca and Gavin are siblings, which is kind of funny. They share the same last name, but I feel like not a lot of people know that for some reason, or just no one talks about it. I don't know. Also, yes, this one is a fucking mouthful, guys. Guys, my throat's gonna... you might as well just choke me out here, right here, right now, bruh. Right here, right now. Just fucking perishes in the flames. Oh my god. Oh. And also, with someone named Billy here, too. Billy. Okay. We'll be home by midnight. Make sure they eat. Becca hadn't really paid them much mind, eager to get a head start on her night babysitting. The two kids were already fast asleep in bed, and she had this house all to herself. It was going to be the perfect night of eating popcorn and watching a movie on the Smiths' fancy new flat screen TV. I feel like the babysitting thing's a Halloween reference kind of thing. So maybe like a reference of like a bunch of different like slasher movies in a sense, but this reminds me of Halloween. I've been watching slashers, guys, I swear, but I haven't watched Friday the 13th, so yeah. But as she settled down to enjoy her night in, she took a peek out the window to see a figure standing in the driveway. It was too dark to tell who exactly it was, so she cautiously went to the front door to open it. Big mistake, by the way. The rain was pouring as she shouted to them. Hey, what are you doing? There was no reply. Becca slowly began to close the door when the figure suddenly came running at her. She let out a panicked scream as she slammed it shut, bringing a shaky hand to try and lock it. Her stomach dropped when she heard them bang on the door. Get away! Stop it! She screamed at the top of her lungs, holding it shut when a sudden laugh made her pause. Come on, Beck, I'm just kidding. The voice outside was familiar, and every bit of fear just disappeared as she let out a frustrated sigh and opened the door. What the hell, Billy? I love how I said that, by the way. Becca stared at him. What's wrong with you? Don't be like that, he shot her a grin. When I heard you were babysitting in my neighborhood, you had to have known I was gonna do something. She rolled her eyes. That's not funny. I probably woke up the kids with all that screaming. So, you gonna let me in or what? Oh, she turned back inside. Just get inside and close the door. Make sure you don't get the floor wet. Oh, Billy let out a low chuckle as he entered the house. You're scared of that crazy kidnapping cult? I heard they got another girl a few days ago. That's not funny, Becca shot him a glare. Those girls are missing. Her boyfriend knew he may have crossed the line with that comment, so he looked down at the ground for a moment before speaking. I'll check on the kids for you. Okay. Becca began heading to the couch when suddenly the phone rang. It was a little late, so she was surprised, but moved over to answer it while Billy headed upstairs. Bringing the receiver to her ear, she only heard someone's heavy breathing. Hello? She spoke slowly. Is somebody there? Becca. An unfamiliar voice called her name. Becca. Okay, who is this? Billy's stunt had only spoiled her mood. What do you want? Have you checked on the kids? Who is this? She spoke louder. I swear to God, if this is you, Jason? Go and check on the kids, the call suddenly ended, dial tone ringing in her ear as she slammed the phone down on the receiver. Becca groaned as she peered her head up the stairs, noting how quiet it was. She froze when she heard a thump. Billy? Her voice was trembling now. This was way too much for one night. Come on, it's not funny anymore. Bex? His voice was barely audible as he suddenly stumbled down the stairs, falling over as he landed in front of her. Becca's eyes widened when she realized a pool of blood was forming underneath him. She knelt down to flip him over and saw a large gash across his throat. Oh my God! She flew backwards, looking up to see a tall figure standing at the top of the stairs. Blood was dripping from the blade they held, and everything seemed surreal as the girl scrambled to get to her feet. She bolted forwards, grabbing the phone as she sprinted to the first room she could find. The guest bedroom. She shut it behind her, fumbling to dial 911. It ringed for what felt like an eternity before a voice finally picked up. This is 911. What's your emergency? Someone's in the house, she let out in a panic whisper. They killed my boyfriend and the kids, I think. Ma'am, we need your address, the operator spoke calmly. Can you please tell us your location? I'm at 248, Apple Grove Street. Ma'am, please calm down. Are you in a safe location? I don't know, I think Becca was cut by the tip of the blade, piercing both the door and her side. Oh my god, hello? She screamed as the phone dropped her to the ground, stumbling forward as she held the wound. It felt like her body was on fire. The stranger kicked in the door, saying nothing as she stared up at them. Go to hell, she screamed as she grabbed the lamp, ripping it out of the socket and using it as a weapon to swing at the killer. It didn't do all that much, but it was enough to push them back as she began running past them. Becca knew she was running on a timer now. Her wound was losing way too much blood. She held on to it as she stumbled out, back towards the living room, devising a plan as she headed to the kitchen instead of trying to run outside. She knew he would catch up, and she had to act fast. She grabbed the biggest knife she could find as she knelt down behind the counter. Heavy footsteps approached, and as she watched as the killer followed the trail of blood right past her, by the time he realized that she had backtraced, it was too late. She ran out with a knife in hand, stabbing it right through his hand. He dropped his own weapon as Becca pulled it out, finding the strength to kick his knee and send him down to the ground. She didn't have a witty one-liner. Instead, she let out a scream as she raised the knife down and brought it through the attacker's skull with a sickening crunch. Sickening. Sorry. She fell backwards, exhausted as the adrenaline was wearing off. Her vision began to grow blurry, and she could see the attacker twitching on the ground as the blood began to flow. It smelt so awful, the metallic stinging her nose as she shut her eyes, looking up at the ceiling. She didn't want to die yet. She had so much to do, so much to see. Yet when the police finally arrived, they only found 2 bodies and 2 kids fast asleep in their beds. Hello? Okay, drama. You can tell, like, whoever wrote this probably had fun with it. I can't lie. I kind of find this one a little fun, too. Mainly because, you know, it feels like just a slasher movie reference everywhere, kinda. Specifically Scream, obviously, but at least the kids are alright, true. They just caught Billy. And the killer was already in the house, I guess. It also reminded me of the scene, like, you know, with Drew Barrymore at, like, the first 10 minutes of Scream. Which is pretty cool. We haven't reached Danya's yet. We are currently on Becca. But we're going in the order of, like, release that's on the wiki, yeah. That is crazy. Literally 3 people died, 2 kids upstairs. Holy shit. Yeah, Billy, the killer, Becca's... Well, did Becca just disappear into the mist? Yeah, wait. They found 2 bodies. Okay, I'm tweaking. Forgot Billy existed, real. Irrelevant as hell, by the way. Oh my god, Sarah, guys. Stalker fans? One day. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel I'm getting taken out of it, bruh. Okay. I'm thinking maybe I should get more water, probably. I'm literally on, like, my last, like, sip. But, like, my voice is, like, slowly dying. At least this Billy isn't Killer and Loomis, bruh. So goofy. Or it could be Billy's secret gay lover? Gasp. If you know, you know. Imagine getting taken out by someone a foot shorter than you. Stop! That's kind of iconic, though. Also, lore contains mentions of bullying and implied murder, guys. Yes. But yeah. Oh, God. Okay. This is crazy. Okay, wait, how long is this? It's not that long. I'll be fine. Growing up in a house with her father and her 3 older brothers, Sarah never knew what it was like to have opportunity. Constantly having things taken from her, Sarah had to teach herself how to get what she wanted. While her brothers were the bronze, loud and obnoxious, Sarah attacked and took what was rightfully hers behind the scenes, stealthily, without making a sound. Although she considered it her superpower, Sarah grew up very introverted and had very few friends because of it. She never liked to rely on the people around her, and is terrified of failure if she needs to lean on someone else rather than herself and her family. Thus, Sarah never really wanted to help anyone else around her. She was afraid to look like a fool in front of new people who had the same questions she did. Her lacking social skills in her last semester of high school got the attention of a few rowdy individuals who wanted Sarah to speak her mind. They picked on her, called her the quiet girl, and attempted to tamper with most of her school items to see how she would react. One girl put gum in her long blonde hair and poured water onto the back of her bag to ruin the contents inside. Humiliated, Sarah rushed home as fast as she could. She looked at herself in the mirror and hated her reflection. She grabbed some scissors and went to work on the gum in her hair. She knew she had to deal and avoid the situation simultaneously on her own. The new Sarah was over whatever they wanted with her. Hello, I'm tweaking out. She got to school and went through hallways with numerous eyes on her. Who is she? She looks so new. I wonder what her name is. After the shock reaction she got, the bullies still knew who she was. She prepared for a final standoff of her oppressors. She wasn't going to let them ruin the rest of her high school experience. Whatever fight they wanted, Sarah gave an equal amount back. Whenever the opportunity was right, Sarah stole one of the jock's phones and a sharp knife she had taken from one of the girl's bags, all without being caught, all without making a sound. As she hoisted the bag in which her stolen contents rested up over the banister and poured it all down, she watched it all crash down into the water with a loud splash. But in a weird twist of fate, she felt guilty rather than pleased. She didn't get to stew on this for too long, however. She turned the back to see one of the girls staring at her with pure hatred in her eyes. Sarah didn't even get the chance to react as the girl lunged at her, slamming her against the railing roughly before a devilish grin spread upon her face. Although she struggled, Sarah was no match for the girl as she lifted her up and roughly pushed her off. Sarah didn't even scream as she fell down. But there was no splash from the river stream below, and as the girl looked over, she saw a dense mist covering a cavernous, I thought that said carnivorous for a second. A cavernous depth of what used to be water. Sarah's body was never recovered. I thought that said carnivorous. Oh my god, Sarah mentioned. Peachy, you missed me reading Elizabeth and Yvonne's, bro. But that, honestly, I was so mad during Yvonne's. Bro. That was fucking crazy. And also, okay, I'm assuming the ending, is that Stalker? I'm pretty sure. What did you think? I love Elizabeth and Yvonne, and they deserved way fucking better than, the shit that they got, obviously. So, yeah. Yvonne's friends are my ops. Catch me beating their ass, bro. They really could have said, it was self-defense. But yeah. They did not have to do that to Yvonne. That was actually criminal. But yeah, honestly, Sarah's lore is very, crazy. Crazy in the sense that it doesn't feel as real as, some of the other ones. Especially, I got really invested in Becca's, I can't lie. Any, sort of, lore that makes me feel, very strongly about, I probably like it. But, Sarah's is alright. I guess it's just, I don't know. With the bullying, it's, I was never, harshly bullied. Lore drop, guys, sorry. I was never, harshly bullied like this, but it makes me sad because, I have been bullied before. But not like this, I feel like. It's quite extreme how there are no, repercussions that the bullies even, get for doing all that shit. And, it kind of, goes with reality in the sense that, not much really gets done. But yeah. Crazy. Stalker was pissed with Sarah stealing her knives. Completely valid, actually. Yeah, understandable, but not murder-worthy, if that makes sense. You don't kill someone for stealing your knives. Give me my knives back! Also, why do you have knives at school? Dude, that should be the real fucking question. No wonder Sarah's what the fuck? Girl! But yeah. I think I was just bullied for being a fucking weirdo, I can't lie. I was a weirdo, but oh my god, wait, guys, I got a break! Guys, Reading break. Holy moly. But yeah. I was bullied on, I'm pretty sure, at least 2 occasions. I'm pretty sure, I'll share it on another stream. You'll probably have to remind me, but nobody will. But it was some crazy shit, bruh. Like, I didn't even realize that I was being bullied until, like, years later. And I was like, holy shit, I was being fucking bullied. I was an actual victim. But yeah. Insane, by the way. Guys, bullying is wrong, and all the people who bully people... Boo! Tomato, tomato, tomato. I'll fight them, I'll fight them. I'll square up with them for you guys. Trust. But yeah. Went from bully victim to popular kid. I mean, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, you know? But yeah. I'm wondering if I should leave to get water first before I play this, but I kind of want to read this. I don't know. I'm out of water, though. Maybe I'll leave to play. I'll play this, and I'm gonna leave to get water. So, yeah. Hopefully this is loud enough. Okay. I'll be right back, guys.
Despite all the warning from those around me, I never felt afraid of horses. They were calm creatures whose people energy attracted me and made me more and more curious. The stables in which my dad worked in was one of my favorite places to visit, despite the fact I didn't get over there that much. Although I only got to ride a handful of times growing up, I proved to be exceptional at it. But everything changed after the morning of the accident. My dad had gone out to ride like he normally did, but one mistake and he was sent to the hospital with a broken leg. He had a big show coming up soon, and my family really needed that money to get by. Everyone realized what had to be done. It was a necessity. I would have to take my father's place in the show. My nerves were an all-time high as I arrived at the location of the show, familiar with the horse as it had been the one I had rode a few times before. We had a bond, and I trusted the horse. With its beautiful brown mane and amber eyes, my father had named her Eureka. The show went by better than I could have ever expected. I succeeded and got the grand prize, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off of me. After this, my family decided it was time for me to go off and partake in shows. I did this even after I moved out and became independent. But one show changed everything. I arrived at the scene, only to find a disturbing lack of anyone. It was completely empty, and when I turned to leave, I realized that there was only thick white mist for miles and miles. Nobody ever saw me again.
Okay. Hi guys, I'm back. Also, if you want to play Daybreak, the link is in the description. I'm pretty sure I did link it there. So yeah. Play Daybreak. Game has a lot of lore, a lot of diversity. I highly recommend. Especially if you like ASIM horror. I mean, you can tell that like the first game, like, you know, Daybreak 2, not balanced, but they've been working on a remis, which is in the game modes. And if you go there, you can play that and see how much more balanced it is compared to like Daybreak 2. But yeah. Sadia's lore, I was skimming through it. I came back like kind of like a minute in. I got more water, by the way. Also, real as fuck, Peachy, by the way. I was writing like a 23-page guide on Daybreak, but then, you know, it's really outdated now. So, rest in peace, guys. But we love Daybreak in this household, chat. But yeah. Sadia's lore. Me when horses. Yes. Nay. Don't clip that. For real, glazing Daybreak. Guys, I'm a Daybreak glazer. Chat, you can never get me to hate this game, I fear. It's really just been with me for too long. Like, it's fun. It's like, it's brought me so many connections and like other like queer people that I can talk to as well. Just like a sense of like a family, like a found family, you know? And like with characters that you can like relate to, and you know, just like it's just a fun game, like overall. Like, yeah, it gets competitive and there are like toxic people, but I feel like the good side outweighs the bad side for me, at least. So that's cool. I wish they would keep Daybreak 1 and 2 too, but I don't know. Yeah, a lot of representation with this game, so if that's in your field. But yeah, Sadia. Poor Sadia, though, for real. Sadia was just having a time. And also, Electra was just sending me Instagram reels. Sorry, my phone rung and I was like, wait, what's happening? But yeah. The Just Dance lore? Holy shit. Oh my god, I remember getting videos on the Just Dance lore. I think they're probably from you because I'm subscribed to you every night. Oh my gosh. Also, what the freak Elijah lore? Wait, upcoming rewrite and current. Wait. Which one's which? Wait, pause. Do I read the upcoming rewrite? Is there more? Wait, no. This is... I guess this one's the current now and this one's just previous. I'm confused. I guess I'm just gonna read this one. But yeah. How is he? Wait, what? He's 6'5"? He's Gigantosaurus, no offense. He's just tall. Very tall. Yeah, like... I think the main takeaway for me about Daybreak was definitely, you know... You can tell, like, a lot has been put into it. You know, with, like, the voice acting, the art, like, the characters, like... Yeah, that's what, like, drew me into the game. Because, like, Daybreak isn't something I've seen before on Roblox in particular. Like, it was, like, the first of its thing for me, at least. Like, besides Flickr, actually. I was really into Flickr. And Flickr has its own characters and stuff, and also its own diversity. And I don't know if there's lore in particular for Flickr, but there probably... Yeah, no, there is, I think. But, I don't know. It doesn't... Like, the characters don't have, like specific, you know, like art and like voice acting for them, you know, as characters. And there's like a lot of scrapped characters as well. Talking about Flickr, bruh. But yeah. Jeez. Elijah's is a mouthful. I already know. I'm just like, oh fuck. No, I'm cooked. GG's. It's wraps. Okay. I'm gonna start reading, guys. Wait. Okay, wait. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Based on what you read so far, let's say you were TP to the mist. You cannot be harmed, but if you can hug up to 3 survivors, who are you hugging and why? Okay. Problem. Pause. Before we get to Elijah lore, sorry. Again. From the ones that I've read so far, Momo deserves a fucking hug. For sure. But, like, only 3 is kind of hard, though. Honestly, my opinion's kind of changing, like, hardcore. I would say Momo, Yvonne, definitely. And then, man. I'm thinking about, like, how fucked up it is to see, like, someone you looked up to, like, killing your friends. Daejung, aka. But, like, I don't know, Yara's was also kind of fucked up. All of them were kind of fucked up, I can't lie. But yeah, Yvonne, Momo freaking watching all of her teammates and the bus driver freaking die is insane. But I don't know who the third one would be. Maybe Yawn. Maybe Yawn or Kyle. Honestly, I kind of resonate with Yawn and Kyle in a sense. Kyle is so mecore with the freaking fight, flight, or freeze. I choose freeze. But yeah. Also, poor Jun, for real. It's rough. It's really rough. But yeah. Guys, we're almost at the Lakeview 4, guys. And then Imari after. Holy shit. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Just a little bit more. Trust, guys. Trust. Okay. I'm gonna drink water. Ice wawa. Because my room is freaking hot as hell. But yeah, violence, guys. Violence! There's violence in here. Stay safe. If there's one thing Elijah was familiar with, it was being an outcast. He wasn't fazed when the other boys at school made fun of him for having a feminine face, and he never took it to heart when they made fun of his long hair and thin frame. Even though he had only ever tried to fit in, it seemed that standing out had become a problem for him. Despite the voice in the back of his head telling him to ignore them, the constant ridicule did leave a mark he just couldn't ignore. When he finally cut his hair, it wasn't him who stared back at him in the mirror anymore. As he stared down at the frayed locks in the sink, he found his stomach sinking with regret. Why should he have to change himself to better fit others? In the end, it didn't matter. His hair grew back, high school ended, and he told himself he was fine. But deep down, he knew he wasn't. Not really. His first few trips to the gym were just out of curiosity and wanting to test the machines. It quickly became a routine before he even realized it. But he couldn't just spend the rest of his life going to the gym. He needed a job and went searching. He felt lucky when he saw an offering for a camp counselor up at some mountainy forest camp for middle schoolers. The work looked easy and the pay was almost suspiciously good. It looked like a lot of physical labor, but thankfully the last few months at the gym had already been shaping up for him. He didn't even realize how different he looked until he arrived at the camp, which was nestled in the midst of a thick forest. The big wooden sign read its name, Camp Clearwater. The campers hadn't arrived yet. The counselors were instructed to come 2 days early to help set up for when they did. It was then he met the other counselors, although he sort of kept to himself, since one thing he hadn't outgrown was his awkward timidness. The owner of the camp, Andrus, showed them around and told them what to do. Elijah had been tasked with repainting the trail marks, and together with another counselor, he had spent the better half of his days smearing bright yellow paint over peeling wooden signs. He had been working with Mersana, although the two of them hadn't so much exchanged a word. The sky was darkening, and the busted old flashlight they had been given couldn't even stay lit up for longer than a minute. "We should really just head back," she called. "Finish the rest tomorrow." Seeing no reason to argue, Elijah just nodded. "Yeah, okay." He was about to say more when he noticed something dark in the corner of his eye. A torn piece of black fabric that looked like someone's jacket. Wordlessly, the tall man stumbled over to get a better look at it. It was snagged on a jagged branch. But that wasn't what he noticed at first. Instead, he noticed the way the frayed edges were stained crimson. "The hell is that?" Mersana asked, peeking out from behind him. Elijah opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out. Instead, his eyes focused on the figure in front of them, hidden behind the foliage and almost entirely out of sight. The figure wore an outfit that looked a little too similar to the one they both had on, but had been dirtied with dirt and blood. Deep gashes cut through flesh and cloth alike. But what stood out most was the mask. It rested half destroyed on the stranger's face, revealing the burnt flesh underneath. Elijah gasped when he realized that the man's entire face had been scorched, and the visible green eye was permanently open wide, thanks to his eyelid being removed entirely. When the man took a step forward, Elijah didn't hesitate to grab Mersana's arm and run. "What was that? You saw that, right?" she shouted, sneakers thudding against the beaten dirt path underneath them. He wasn't even sure if they were being followed, but he didn't want to turn around and find out. When they finally made it back to the cabin, it was eerily silent. "Andrus? Hello? Anyone?" Mersana called, disappearing up the steps and into the hall. But Elijah couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the man was still out there. Amidst the silence, he could hear the faint whispers of the wind, almost like a voice calling to him. With a shudder, he forced himself to follow after her, finding the other counselor standing in the middle of the cabin. She ran a hand through her thick black hair before turning back at him with wide brown eyes. He's not here, Elijah. There's nobody here. Elijah noticed the way the woods seemed... What? Hello? Sorry. Elijah noticed the way the woods outside seemed to twist and contort, as if as if it was someone's bad memory that they couldn't get just right. The pictures in the cabin weren't what he had remembered from earlier. All the faces were blurred and nobody looked right. Nobody except for one boy, with his green eyes and blonde hair that matched the stranger. The door to the cabin flew open, and the man standing there with an axe in hand. Blood ran down the blade and onto the floor, but there was something off, something he couldn't explain, at least not until the man disappeared entirely. Flickered away like he was a figment of Elijah's imagination. And then he reappeared right in front of them, axe raised high as he brought it down right above Mersana's head. Wait, we should have got this guy as a killer, what the fuck? Or Mersana as a survivor, that'd be cool. Honestly, if I read Elijah's lore... I mean, maybe it's a future thing. Maybe it's a future one. But yeah, DNI Evelyn. I don't like Evelyn. Veronica? Debatable. I do feel bad for Veronica, but Evelyn... I do not like Evelyn, bruh. D1 Evelyn hater, guys. But yeah. Also, bye, Peachy. I do remember Parker's lore for sure. Definitely. Parker's was very messed up. What if the killer in Eli's lore is Vernon from when he was younger? Ooh, that'd be crazy. Recluse? Connected somehow? That'd be an interesting theory. Very cool, by the way. I like Elijah's lore. I felt very invested as I did with Becca's. I think I just like slashers. Like slasher chase scenes, kinda. I kinda fuck with that, low-key. I didn't realize I did, but I guess I do now. Which is cool. Okay, I don't know if Iman... I'm pretty sure that they have voiceover things. Nope. They don't? Well, Euronica's does, but I guess Iman's doesn't. Okay. I'll read it. Iman was never afraid to venture where others wouldn't. Although the darkness may be scary to others, she found it comforting. Not many others could understand, though, as she often found herself being ridiculed in school. That's why it was surprising to her when Veronica asked if she wanted to hang out one day. Without thinking much of it, she decided to do it. It would prove to be the biggest mistake of her life. A slippery slope began as Iman was exposed to just how cruel Veronica could be. For some reason, I read it as, like, Veronica. Veronica Sawyer? Hello? She bullied people without caring, and sometimes Iman wondered why the bully even kept her around. But then she realized that it was really all an act. She just wanted to look good to others, so hanging out with a loser definitely helped her. She didn't mind, though. She had grown to like Akil and Callum. The four of them were in their own little group. But like all things, it crumbled. One afternoon of detention, that's all it was. It wasn't supposed to be anything major, just in and out. At least that's what Iman thought. But just as they were getting ready to go, they heard the sound of wood scraping the hall outside. Callum was the first to go and peer out, immediately scrambling back inside as he slammed the door shut. The laughter that came after is something that haunts Iman even now. The principal was outside, a smile plastered on his face that seemed almost unnatural. He didn't hesitate to slam open the door as his eyes immediately darted to Veronica. "Get away from her!" The redhead's shouts fell on deaf ears as he tried to push him back, only to end up getting thrown off to the side himself. "This is for Rose," the principal shouted as he raised up the weapon he had made for himself. Hello? He had made himself. Bringing it down, but missing as Veronica moved to the side. All four students scattered as Iman went for the stairs, but as she reached the end, she saw a horrifying sight. The janitor was dead, and she couldn't hold in her scream. She began running forward down the hall, not realizing that each step was only bringing her closer to the mist. The 6 disappearances remain a mystery even to this day. BuzzFeed Unsolved ending! Also, hi, Tracy! Honestly, Veronica Sawyer? Sorry, I keep thinking of Veronica because I've been watching, like, a good amount of Heather's content lately. Like, it's been on my, like, my feed. Yeah. Emun instead of Emon. I mean, I don't know. I see it as Emon. Yeah. At least it's not E-Man. Ooh. Sorry. E-Man is crazy. But yeah. Oh, I forgot to say there was bullying and violence there. Murder. Okay. Whew. Dang, is Veronica and Callum's like the only ones with like actual read? Like, okay. That's interesting. Unless it's just not here. I thought they did have it though. I guess not. If being yourself was easy, everyone would do it. The words took Akil back as he turned on the bed he was sharing with Callum. Hello? Staring into the boy's eyes as he tried to process what he just said. Despite the words hitting Despite the words hitting hard, the lighter-haired of the two still wore a goofy grin without even realizing it. What? He asked while maintaining his smile, blue eyes sparkling even in the pale moonlight. Is this a fanfiction? Why is Akil's backstory, first of all? Akil paused before shaking his head. It's nothing. Good night, Callum. The jock seemed a little confused as he wrapped his arms around the smaller boy, holding him close as he snuggled into his shoulder. Good night, Akil. Callum fell asleep quickly, but Akil couldn't stop his beating heart. It felt as though it was going to burst, and with each pump he began to grow sick of this feeling. The feeling of wanting, followed by a feeling of sadness. How could someone be so oblivious? As he glanced down to look at Callum's sleeping face, he couldn't find it in himself to be upset with him. How could he? It's not like he knew how Akil felt, and the boy had no intentions of ever telling him. He looked up at the ceiling and let out a heavy sigh as he finally shut his tired eyes and tried to get some sleep. The next morning, he woke up and put on his face. The face he used whenever he left the house. The face he used whenever he wasn't alone. No matter who it was, his parents, his sister, Callum. Everyone knew the face and just that. He longed to finally be able to take it off, but he knew it'd be but he knew it would be more trouble than it was worth. Than that it was worth. I think it's then. I don't know. So he didn't. He went to school and went about his day. Everything was fine. It was going well, but one horrible afternoon in detention would ruin everything. How did Akil even end up in detention, though? It would ruin things, just like being himself would. No matter what happens, things will be ruined. Maybe that's why when he realized that the mist was closed. Okay. Maybe that's why when he realized that the mist was closing in, he accepted it and shut his eyes. Okay, this is kind of a crazy opening, by the way. First, guilty by association, I think. Low-key, insane as hell. Like, yeah. Dude, I have an OC that was named Callum, but I had to change it to like, a different name that was similar, because it was just reminding me of Daybreak Callum, and I couldn't do it anymore. I have an OC also named Dante, but I'm not gonna change his name. He's chill. But yeah, I feel like this could be a little less Callum-centered and a little more about Akil himself, and, like, you know, about how, like, you know, he's the nerd, right? He's, like, he's studious, he's academic. Like, I feel like I could talk a little bit more about, like, you know, that stuff as well, because that's also an important aspect of his life, especially. So, it's very much just talking about Callum, but I think most of the story is in the memories, though. So, again, we'll have to get to that another day. When I finish reading all the freaking backstories, by the way, which is freaking insane. And I think I finally get a break here. Also, guys, big trigger warning on this one. This one mentions bullying and suicide, so stay safe. Yes. But yeah. I also have OC that has like the last name Volkov. On accident, by the way. I forgot that Cole's last name was also. But yeah. Okay. Okay, break time, break time.
Fake it till you make it. That was something I was all too familiar with. Being the middle child, it was easy for me to be glanced over at home. My older brother growing up quickly and my younger sister taking the rest of my parents' time, I seemed to just fade away from their minds completely. Obviously, they loved me. I knew that. But if they didn't show it, did it even matter? Probably not. But that wouldn't stop me from trying. I knew that if I could just become the person they wanted me to be, maybe I'd matter a little more to them. Maybe they would finally recognize me as their child instead of someone who just lives in their house and occasionally eats dinner with them. Slowly but surely, I began to change. But is change always good? I thought so, but those around me would definitely disagree with just how much I did change. The first to notice these changes was Iman. Although we weren't ever that close to begin with, my behavior towards her became more passive-aggressive. It was like I thought I was better than her, and Iman hated it. Truthfully, I didn't care. I was happy with the way things were going. Amazing grades, the boyfriend of my dreams. It didn't matter anymore. But beneath the surface, trouble was brewing. Rose Ross, one of my closest friends. We drifted apart with a nasty fight, and it hurt me more than I would ever let on. But I was far too caught up in myself to even notice what I had done. I only made it worse when I posted a private and humiliating video of her to help fit in with the new friends I'd found. The last time I ever saw her, her eyes were filled with hurt, and her cheeks were tear-stained. For a brief moment, I felt bad. But as days turned into weeks and Rose still hadn't come back to school, I figured she probably had just transferred. But I couldn't have been more wrong. The truth about Rose is something I would never want anyone else to find out, because I know it's something I wouldn't be able to come back from. After being caught loitering with Iman, Callum, and Akil, the four of us were sentenced to detention. But what happened was something no one could have possibly seen coming, and before I knew it, I was running for my life. But nobody can outrun the mist.
Okay, I just wanted to say when I highlighted this message, I was actually, my jaw was like on the fucking floor because what the fuck, yo? Yeah. It's crazy because she is the middle child. I was reading her Mist archive, I think. And yeah, it was rough. Definitely rough. But I feel like I can't tell. She sounds like she's exaggerating when she says boyfriend of her dreams. You know? Like, when she says, yeah, boyfriend of her dreams. She's exaggerating. She has to be. She couldn't give a flying fuck about Callum in, like, the later shit. Especially when, like, low-key caught cheating. Callum looks around. But yeah, I think that's a bit insane. Problem's over. Wow, that felt kind of fast. I didn't realize. But that's great. I hope you have fun, Peachy, yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I'm getting like DMs from people. Help! 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 Should I read these? Should I read the DMs? Help. Good lord. Okay. Yeah. Veronica is truly a story, alright. Yeah, I do feel bad for her, but also, I don't think she should have done this at all. Like, I feel like everyone can agree she shouldn't have done this. Um, she shouldn't be bullying people and being mean and cyberbullying. So, yeah. DMs count as story time. No, I'm not telling you guys my private DMs. But yeah. I think Veronica is truly a story. Also, they were caught loitering? Loitering of all things? You guys are... That's insane, by the way. Yeah, she doesn't care about Callum. Callum should honestly just break it off with her. She's just waiting for that to happen, essentially. She's just like, bro, this guy needs to fucking break up with me. He queer as hell. Which is like, I think it's just a little bit funny how, like, Veronica's just like, this guy can't fucking live without me. Which is goofy. Goofy as hell. But yeah. Callum's is also voiceovered. Pretty sure. Wowee! Callum is as blind as Adrian, no real. Yep. Okay. Sorry if you can hear my typing. I'm responding to people. Okay. I'm gonna mute.
We'll always support you, Cal. My mom's voice was so soft and sweet. Her voice was faint, like a distant memory. A memory I only now relive in dreams. My groggy eyes open to reveal my best friend Akil sleeping next to me. Man, that boy looked peaceful. I could only smile as I admired his sleeping face. He looked so cute. And honestly, I just wanted to hug him. Although I could restrain myself from the hug, I couldn't hold back from nuzzling into him as I shut my eyes once again. It was too early to wake up, so I tried to sleep again, but my mind was too full of the memories of my mom's death. She fought hard against the cancer. Everyone knew in the end it would get to her one day. My other mom was devastated when she finally passed. And although I was young at the time, I knew that part of me died that day too. Her death was too hard to remember, but impossible to forget. That's why no matter what, I couldn't let her down. I needed to grow into the young, caring man she always wanted me to be. So when people treated me poorly, I pushed it down. I never let anyone get the best of me. And I always kept my head up high for the next day. Things will get worse before they get better. That's something I always say. And it was something I tried to express to those around me. No one listened. Why would they? Life was good. Even I had everything you could ever need in life. A great best friend. The best girlfriend in school. The star position on the football team. And I had good grades. So why did it feel like something was missing? Maybe it was because deep down, I knew Akil was more than a friend. Or because I knew Veronica was an awful person. Or maybe it was because I hated football, and I didn't have to work for my grades because Akil basically carried me all throughout school. Those were things I didn't want to dwell on back then. At least that's what I thought. But after that one fateful afternoon in detention, I found myself thinking about it all before the mist closed in. If I had another chance, would I have done things differently? I sure hope so.
Okay. Thoughts and opinions. My thoughts and opinions are Callum should get a fucking grip. First of all, like, you have all this stuff, but, like, you should actually be better. You should really be better. You should actually just, like, I feel like it's, I can't tell, is it? He's so concerned about social status, I feel, and that's why he's staying with Veronica. But at first I thought this was, like, internalized homophobia, but I don't know why. I mean, it could be, but also, like, this guy has two moms, so I don't think he would be taught any of that in any way. So, but like, okay, I think honestly, I feel like Callum should honestly just like figure all this out. You know, Veronica's a horrible person. Oh, sorry, but like you're like using her essentially for social status, which is in itself fucked up. Again, we don't like Callum for that. Yeah, Callum's just aware, but he just does nothing about it, which in a sense, people do that. It is relatable, it is true, but it's not it the answer is so plain to see for him, but he just doesn't, lock the fuck in. He like and also he hates football, and also he has a keel carrying him throughout school. Again, fucking crazy. He really should have had a different reason to want to stay with Veronica. Again, I think it would have been crazy if this was just internalized homophobia. Like, I think if it would have made sense if it was internalized homophobia. His reason for staying with Veronica, his reason for like, not really like the push and pull between him and Akil, it would make sense. But like, I don't want him to be like a jock with stereotypical like internalized homophobia at the same time. But like, it's a thing. It does happen. There's a lot of stories like that. So it would also be interesting if they did do that, but also I wouldn't mind if it was something different. But just not this. There has to be more of a reason for like why he's still with Veronica besides social status, and like why he's also like not just going for Akil. And just like indirectly leading on Veronica and like giving Akil very mixed signals. Which is insane. It's insane. He really is a jock. He really is. But they just need to like figure that out. Callum, his lore could be a bit better. Could have a little more reasons. Yeah, also, Callum and Akil's lore, it just feels like a fanfic. It really does. Like, their lore literally just involves each other. Literally, it's them cuddling. Chat. Like, hello. I feel like it could deal a bit more with, like, him as a person himself. And, like, maybe why he's, what's, the actions. Like, what's his, like, thought process behind the actions, more like it. Instead of, like, oh, yeah. They need, these two desperately, rewrite, please. Rewrite, please. I feel like Veronica's could be a little more detailed. And then, like, Iman's is, like, also could be more detailed, but yeah, they need to rewrite Callum and Akil's, because I know a lot of people don't like Callum already, and people do not like Akil's lore, everything, just like in general, but I don't know. Girlies are fine with me. It's just like Callum and Akil, Callum gotta sort of shit out. But yeah. Yeah. I didn't know people shipped AG and Akil. I personally, maybe this is just me, but I think Callum needs to just like chill the fuck out. He needs to either chill the fuck out or go after Akil. That's it. And it's the way, I think, is it like Arlo and maybe Iris that are telling Callum like, oh, he likes you, you should go for it. Something like that, like supporting Callum in the sense that like, oh, you should like, like pushing him towards Akil. It's crazy. Genuinely insane. Like, bro, we're talking about Lakeview lore, so sorry. We just got done reading Callum's, well, listening to the voiceover the voice actor did for Callum's. And he's obviously just not a good person. So Callum, my goat. I love Callum. I made a Callum guide. He's like one of my probably top maybe 10 favorite characters, but his lore really just, he's not good. He's not a good person. He's not a good person. I just wish he had a better reason for the things he continues to do. Yeah. Or, yeah, they could just write him like he's, like, a piece of shit, and he just, like, does that stuff. Like, of course, Callum's kind of poopy. Badge. Lakeview gay group could have a rewrite. Yeah, they could. They really could. Euronica's kind of like does stand strong, but like I wish there was like I don't know, her wanting to fit in with her friends by posting that video of like humiliating Rose. I feel like is a little too much. Like I don't like not much in a like too much in the sense of the action, but like not much in the sense of the reason for the action, if that makes sense. Like she wants to fit in, but like really, girl, you're popular, you're fine. You don't have to really do that. Yeah. But yeah, we're almost 4 rows done with the survivors, and it's been 3 hours. I'm down to how much more am I willing to read? I don't know, because we know Crosby and Rayner's Yapathon 1000. Honestly, we'll get to them. Okay. I honestly think we'll get past Makoto. Chat. So. Electra loves Euronica, guys. Like, I'm okay with her in a sense. Like, I understand she's a bad person and she does a lot of bad things. But she also kind of needs the attention she gets at school to fulfill, like, her needs being dismissed at home. If that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, don't stand for her actions, but I do understand her as a person. Yeah, that's the argument that you can use there. So, yeah. Okay. Amari lore. I do not remember Amari's lore. Guys. Oh, wait, it was the military thing. Oh my god. Okay, pause. I gotta read all this. Let me take water. Take some water. Nom nom. Okay. The first time Amari went to the airport, he was 6 years old. With tears running down his face, his father dragged him to the plane in his military uniform, and then his mom screamed at him the entire flight. If you asked, that'd probably be the most embarrassing memory, but also the first time he found something he loved. Looking above the rest of the world, leaving everything else behind, even with all the snot, drool, and tears involved in that flight, he missed it more than he missed his friends. The rest of his childhood was spent moving from place to place, growing up in a new country every other year. Wherever he went, he made friends, but never kept anyone close enough to miss them. Their faces never really left an impact, and no matter how much he liked a person, they'd forget him all the same. It didn't really hurt like it was supposed to, especially since people were only fun in small doses. The ones he got to know, his parents, just made his life worse. Amari learned to filter out the yelling out, sorry. Amari learned to filter the yelling out, and every day after school, his parents argued and argued until they passed out on the couch together, and he'd make his microwave noodles and daydreamed about the next place. That's kind of sad. Wait, I'm actually kind of sad for Amari there. Holy shit. Everything changed when he went to America. Well, his grades didn't. He was still barely passing. Anyways, he moved to Alaska just after turning 14. He spent all of his free time with his classmates, but there was someone in particular, Johnny Cha. He was popular, nice, smart, without being unbearably condescending. Everything good Amari couldn't be. He was different. Instead of being jealous like he'd always been, he decided Johnny would be his first real friend. He was nice, and for the first time, Amari wasn't scared to like someone. Maybe he liked him a little too much, but he didn't think about it hard enough to self-reflect. Gross. Hello? Anyways, that happy feeling was intermittent? Hello? Intermittent? Hello? With his home life. Amari's father was unbearable. His mother was barely conscious half the time, and all he did was argue with them. Either one, whoever was there to deal with it. He grew up to be as bitter as the people he'd been so afraid of, and he'd do anything to get them to shut up. At 17, it got to a point he couldn't stand it. He liked Alaska, the people were nice. He finally had someone he trusted in his life, but he hated the cold, and the suffocating little space he lived in felt more like a really bad dream, littered with smashed glass and bottles in a home. He told Johnny, obviously. He could tell him anything. but he could barely look him in the eyes anymore. Amari didn't look anyone in the eyes. Maybe out of fear he'd start feeling like his parents felt, or that they'd see him for who he really is. What? I'm gonna kill him, he had said one day. Johnny comforted him like he always did, but they both knew Amari really meant it. He loved his friend, but not enough to stay, so he did what he always did, and left wordlessly. He took the first ticket back to his birth country, Thailand, and left with nothing but a few pairs of clothes. It was nice to be alone for once, to not be so angry. He missed his friends, but that was nothing a girl or two couldn't fix. Hello? Crazy. He never met anyone he really truly loved, but it wasn't so bad. His favorite girl's name was Achara. Achara? Hello? He taught him a lot. Guitar, how to stop acting so miserable, to still love people even if they're out of his life. Maybe he was a bit of a hopeless romantic. He still remembers her smile. As a dropout, his employment wasn't particularly valued, but he took up as many jobs as he could handle to pay off his expensive lifestyle of partying and traveling. He started writing music after Achara taught him to. It was awful, but his look was ever so marketable. Just as people started to recognize him, he left. For the next 5 years, Amari flew to a country and did whatever he wanted until that manic feeling simmered off and he crashed hard enough to start thinking about life beyond 20. He'd always avoid going somewhere with snow. It felt like being a teenager again. Seeing it atop the plane's window made him want to throw up, and for once he missed the way his mother used to yell at him for getting plane sick. The longer he thought about it, the worse it felt. So one day, impulsively as always, he decided to take his first flight back to America. Just after takeoff, he felt something was off. The plane gradually tilted down a few degrees until it was blatant what was going to happen. He was going to die, but the scariest part of that was how he didn't really care. The last thing he made out amongst the collision was the strewn out bodies of fellow passengers and a thick mist pouring in from the plane's shattered windows. Amari never went back to Alaska. This one should probably have a content warning for at least death, plane crash. But yeah, Achara is a pretty name. I do understand Amari's character. He is relatable in a sense, but I don't know. Rip, like, what? Poor Johnny, man. Also, definitely, yeah. Just mid-plane crash, he just disappears. Yeah, but yeah, Amari was like, he reminds me of a character, I don't know which character, but like, running away to fill a void, essentially. And like, it actually reminds me of, I Saw the TV Glow, when Maddie/Tara is doing the monologue in the planetarium, where, like, they talk about running away, and, like, it not filling the void. It kind of reminds me of that. If you haven't watched I Saw the TV Glow, you should, by the way. It's amazing, and I think, if you are queer or, like, trans, you will probably shit yourself. So, yes. Next one, we destroyed a planet? That's crazy. Sounds like a Javier clickbait thumbnail. Oh, help me. Help me. Okay, we're reading Emery lore. Oh my god, Yapathon. So god. The Yapathon is real, chat. Okay. Ever since he was little, Emery was a hard kid to understand. In a world full of people, he seemed to be the only person who truly knew himself. Though, despite the I can't fucking speak! Hello! Peculiarity? Okay, there we go. Of it, Emery had always been fascinated by the art of magic. The simple, on-stage illusion was enough to render him speechless, and the act itself was simply incredible. Even as he got older, he locked himself in his room for hours at a time, trying to mimic the actions of the magicians he'd see on television, thinking nothing of it but a phase. His family treated him with the cheap Magic for Beginners books and quick how-to kits. Even if they were given as petty gifts, nothing could ever match the feeling of euphoria he'd get from receiving them. It gave him a sense of belonging. But in his early years of high school, the environment around him became crueler, more judgmental. Ugh. His weird obsession caused classmates to shun him, forcing him to hide behavior considered weird by his other peers. At its peak, his parents lost face, claiming nothing but that he was too old and would never get anywhere in life with his delusions. Emery felt completely and utterly hopeless. It hurt having to mask the only thing that made him truly happy, but it was as though he had no other choice, and to his dismay, it seemed to be the only way for him to live what others thought was a normal life. Over time, the bullying stopped, and he became a nobody, a simple nobody, a bystander. He even went to the lengths of getting a scholarship for a university he wasn't interested in for the sole reason of pleasing his parents. To them, he was close to being the perfect child now, but underneath it all, he felt weird. It was tired of doing things solely for the sake of others. He was no longer living for himself. Hearing that is, like, crazy, by the way. Like, saying that is fucking crazy. Like, low-key, Emery, hashtag relatable. On the first day of campus, he was determined to treat this moment as a fresh start and vowed to make this the best 4 years of his life. But as time passed, as optimistic as things seemed to be, it was suffocating. Despite the friends he made, none of them felt truly genuine. No matter how persistent they were, Emery often dodged questions about his personal life and lied about things he did and didn't know out of fear of being judged by them. He was in his junior year now, and his positive outlook when he arrived on the first day had disappeared. But one day, while wandering the halls of in the dormitory, he stumbled upon the community bulletin board. People often posted advertisements for clubs, jobs, and things of the like, but only one thing truly caught his interest. I'm gonna butcher this. Bosk's Pub, hiring entertainment, was sprawled on the piece of paper in red, big bold letters. Without a second thought, Emery ripped off one of the tags at the bottom of the flyer and quickly shuffled back to his dorm. The next thing he knew, he had somehow made it past the interview and was standing on a wooden stage among a small crowd of people, wearing the handmade costume he'd been keeping in his closet for months. Among the dim-lit audience, many didn't seem to enjoy his performances. More often, they were used as a sort of background noise as the small crowds talked upon each other. Truthfully, Emery didn't care. This was the only chance he had gotten to really pursue the thing he had loved so much ever since he was young. It was an escapism from the real world around him. It had been a few months since he had been welcomed at the small pub, still without success, but this day was different. The audience was filled with people he didn't recognize, dressed differently and more posh than the regulars he would catch a glimpse at around this time. Sorry, my butchering. They were absolutely immersed in his performance and very I cannot speak. Very participative. I'm struggling to the amount of syllables in this word, participative, if I can say that correctly. It was like they had never seen anything of the sort before. Emery was equally in shock. Could people really be this supportive? After the show, he was dumbfounded when the group invited him to spend time amongst them. That night was the best thing he could have asked for, as they indulged in his rambles and covered the cost of whatever he had consumed. He didn't even know what time it was when he found himself hunched over at one of the cloth tables in front of the stage, his eyes drifting focus as he slowly sat up and looked around him. Everyone seemed to have already left. Emery struggled to balance himself as he made his way to the employee exit, an uneasy feeling settling within him as he stumbled forward. But when he opened the door, instead of the alleyway he was accompanied with, he was met with a wall of white mist. He froze in place, and before being able to even form a coherent thought of what was happening, the magician felt heavy hands pressed against his back as he was pushed into a strange concoction, disappearing into thin air. Encore! Me one. Yeah. Emery's relatable. Hi, Key. Chat. This was pretty crazy. This is crazy. Like, I feel this a lot. Very people pleaser-esque, like, oh man, it's truly something, like, but yeah. I really like Emery's lore, actually. It's cool. I feel it, yeah. Very, 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 very good. Also, good job to you and your group. Is it Shade Dev? Am I saying your name right? Shade? Can I just call you Shade? Yeah, Emery getting into the mist because of Jules is insane. She said, push! YOLO! Crazy as fuck. Okay. I know I'm gonna get, like, a really big break when it comes to, like, Crosby and Raynor, probably, because they're gonna have the voiceovers. Shade? Okay. Cool. Wait, does Kelvin have one? Kelvin has one! I can finally take a break! Holy moly! Sorry. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad. Okay. Gonna mute.
I had everything handed to me in my life, and yet I still felt dissatisfied with the life I led. It wasn't me. It was the life my parents wanted, not what I wanted. So the answer was clear. I had to let go. Running away was not something I ever expected to actually happen, which is probably why I was so shocked when I found myself running down the street on a cool night. With no place to go and nothing but the clothes on my back and the wallet I'd stolen, I wasn't completely helpless. For the first bit, I just surfed from hotel to hotel. But when my card started declining, I had no choice but to move deeper into this life I had chosen. I never wanted to be a criminal. That's just how things ended up. Working as a hacker for some underground group wasn't exactly how I expected life to go, but I also didn't hate it. It kept me fed, with a roof over my head, and I wasn't in any place to refuse that. But then Sanjana came along. She was so different from anybody I had ever met. So cool and collected, while also being tough. She was everything I aspired to be, wrapped up in a lethal little package. I couldn't stop myself from following her around, and eventually I whittled down her cold exterior to find a slightly less cold interior. I knew we were friends, even if she wouldn't admit it. That's why it stung even more when we were caught, and faced with a decision that wasn't really a choice at all. Join an agency that does God knows what, or go to prison. Together, we joined the agency, and that's where everything changed. I loved it there. I got to investigate mysterious happenings, and I got to use my skills for something that I hoped was good. Yes, the entire mist situation really didn't make sense, but it didn't need to. I was just happy to be there. At least, I was, until the explosion happened. Sanjana had seen it with her own eyes, and we realized that channeling it wasn't going to be a simple task. But we started working on a rift anyway, hoping that if we tried hard enough, we could channel the energy that the mist feeds off of, and create some sort of portal. Would the people at Took still be alive, though? That was something I worried about often. It was a late night in the office on my own when the rift began acting up. I hesitantly moved over to investigate it, trying to gather a reading on what exactly it was. But it became too powerful, like someone was controlling it from the outside. A white flash overtook the room as the mist seeped in. I tried to signal on the earpiece that I needed help, but it was far too late for that. I disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, I was gone.
I forgot Kelvin was a criminal. Low-key. Like, wait, that's kind of crazy. I literally forgot he was a criminal. Hello? Yeah. But that's kind of funny how he was just following Sanjana around. But like that, I think it's silly. I think Kelvin's truly a guy. We love Kelvin in this household, guys. Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting backstory. Very interesting. I think Sanjana's is also Blink gone. Do not mention that around these parts. Okay, we're probably. I want to say we're gonna get to at least Makoto. I want to get to Makoto before we end, and then we can start with everyone, and then we'll do a part 2 for literally everyone else. I'm pretty sure some of these guys don't have their lore yet. I know Petunia doesn't, and then Recluse doesn't. So yeah, we're gonna get to those guys, but this is the last row before I have to tap out, bro. But yeah. Sorry if we don't get to the character you want today. Oh, shoot. Okay, I gotta read this out loud. Becca Prescott is missing, presumably dead. Gavin was only 13 years old when he first heard those words. He hadn't exactly been a sheltered child growing up, but he mostly kept to himself and just minded his own business. He didn't understand why his sister never came home the next morning, and he never understood what really happened until he grew older. When the realization set in that he wasn't ever going to see Becca again, it was rough. Neither his mom nor his dad knew how to help him, spending every day alone in his room. He slept a lot to try and forget, but the nightmares that plagued him were just as bad as reality. But naturally, time heals all wounds. Even if this wound was never fully fixed, he was able to move on with his life as he grew up and went out on the world. I think into would be a little better there, but bleh. He was still a quiet man, although friendly, of course. He still preferred to live life on his own. Growing attached was hard, and the heartbreak that came after was too much of a reminder for him. His college years weren't all that great. He tried his best, but he wasn't cut out for office life. He didn't care about business or finances. He wanted what he did to mean something. He wanted to be somebody. He wanted to help others. Deep down, he knew he felt this way because of her. He wanted to correct the mistake of the past and make sure nobody had ever had to feel the way he did. So he dropped out. Gavin wasn't gonna waste his time anymore. He flew out of state and ended up in a new little town, wanting a fresh start and an escape from everything. The past wasn't important anymore, and he needed to focus on the future. But it's easier said than done. The police academy was hard, extremely hard. He had never worked so hard in his life, but this was something he wanted. More than a want, he needed it. Restless nights turned into tired mornings as he studied and worked like there was no tomorrow. But when he graduated and got his very own badge, he had felt something he'd never felt before. Pride. He was proud of himself, and he hoped that wherever Becca was, she was proud of him too. But reality hit him like a truck when a shocking new case arose. A family of 3 butchered, leaving behind a lone single father. It felt too real and too close to him, so he opted to stay away from it. He couldn't deal with that, not now. Maybe the future would be different, but something like that was just too horrific. Did that make him weak? He wasn't sure. He wanted to help people. That's the entire reason he did all of this. So why wasn't he? Why was it so damn hard to get over the past? The endless barrage of thoughts is what brought him to a local bar, seated at the counter as he tried to find a way to forget. Alright, I'm gonna cut you off for the night. The bartender's voice was smooth like honey as he frowned at the man. Are you okay? Gavin didn't reply with words, letting out a low groan as he sighed. I'm gonna take that as a no. Do you need a ride home? Brown eyes looked up at the bartender before a hesitant nod was given. The bartender just chuckled, pursing his lips as he finished wiping the glass in his hands clean before letting his coworker know where he was going. He helped the officer up, bringing him out to the parking lot. Which one's yours? He motioned towards the cars, and went to Gavin's after the man replied with slurred speech. He set Gavin down in the passenger seat, watching as the man's head rolled down as he sighed again. He moved to the driver's seat, starting up the car with the keys from Gavin's pockets as the headlights turned on. It was a rainy night, storm clouds in the sky threatening thunder. Thanks, Gavin perked up, a dopey smile on his face. I had a little much. I can tell. The man in the driver's seat chuckled. I'm Parker. Gavin, he hiccuped. Officer Prescott. An officer, hmm? Yeah, maybe don't tell the deputy. Parker chuckled. I won't. So, where am I dropping you? My apartments. Woodland Apartments. You know the ones with the really ugly paint job? You're serious? Yeah. I live there, the bartender smiled. That's cool. I've never seen you before. I spend a lot of time at work. The energy disappeared as quickly as it came. Gavin leaned back in the seat as the car started moving. Sorry for making it a problem. Don't worry, Parker shrugged. I drive home a lot of drunk people. I'm surprised I haven't been, like, killed or kidnapped or something. That ain't funny, Gavin frowned. You seem like a nice guy. Thanks. No one had said that before. Don't mind it. The world went white as another car came racing down the street, a scream escaping Gavin as the car rolled down the side of the street and ended up tipping over. The airbags flew. Wait, guys, I'm realizing how many, like, car crashes, plane accident, bus crash, air skydiving accident, like, all of these accidents. Sorry. I just wanted to point that out. The airbags flew up, slamming into his face as the sound of glass crunching was all that he could hear. Gavin swallowed, opening his eyes as he tried to ignore the pain all over his body. He glanced over to his side, gasping. What he saw, or rather, what he didn't see, had shocked him. The driver's seat was completely empty, as if Parker had never been there in the first place. No blood or anything. He whined, pulling himself up as he looked out the broken window to see the thick white mist had cascaded the car. The last thing he could remember was shouting for help before the entire world disappeared. Just like his sister, Gavin was nothing more than a memory. Yeah, these guys need to stop getting into car crashes. Hot take. These guys need to... No more car crashes, guys. Also, Slasher reference, by the way, when, bro was like... Okay, wait, pause. Yeah. Family of three, this is the Slasher, Ren Harris family case. The Harris family, I'm pretty sure. But he didn't work on it, so he went to the bar to try and forget, which is crazy how those stories interlope together, which is, like, I find that cool. And that's why Gavin, when in Chase of Slasher, he's like, I know about your case, or some IDK. So that's, I guess, why he knows. And then, Slasher going on a vigilante spree. But that's, yeah. 500 accidents before the mist, for real. Have you done Danya yet? We are not getting to Danya today, I'm so sorry. It'll have to be another day, but we plan on getting to after Makoto and then stopping. But, because I have to do all of these other survivors, well, some of them don't have lore. And then we're gonna do the killers, which, that's a lot. I've done a lot of reading, so I will probably be back maybe next week. I might stream on Sunday for the Remist update, but I won't be reading lore. But it's actually pretty fun to read lore with you guys, I can't lie. Alright, guys. Yeah. It's crazy, though, how, like, the lores, like, kind of, like, intersect. Like, they're connected. I like that. I like that a lot. But yeah. Applause for the people that have been here. Thank you guys for watching so much. I didn't realize that people wanted to watch me read lore. Okay, this one doesn't have, like, the warnings thing, but, the warning's already here, so, yeah. This story contains mentions of suicide, guys, so stay safe. If you need to, don't read the story with us. Let me take a sip of water before starting. Okay. Despite being known for his kind eyes and comforting voice, Parker wasn't always so nice. He was around 20 years old when he lost his job. The entire world seemed to cave in on itself as reality settled in quickly. He was going to lose everything. His house, his car. Bills kept piling on, but there was no money to pay them, and he found himself in a dark era. He had only one option, to stay with his best friend. Friends? No thanks. Best friends. Ooh. Me one. That just gave me, like, war flashbacks to Stranger Things. I'm so sorry. But the problem was that he knew how his best friend felt about him. The man was always sneaking glances at him and smiling for no reason. And all the way back in high school, love letters kept appearing in his locker with an anonymous sender. He had tried to ignore it the best he could because no matter what, he just couldn't find him. He couldn't find it in it. He couldn't find it in himself to reciprocate those feelings. Sorry. But it was different now. You need a place to stay? The man sounded confused over the phone. Yeah, Parker explained. Just for a little bit, until I can find another job. That's okay, right? Yeah. His friend, Michael, was more than excited to have him over. The first week was okay. The second week was a little awkward, and the third week was proving more than either of them could handle. Parker could tell that his time here was dated, but he wasn't ready to leave just yet. He was so close to securing this bartending job, he just needed more time. Then he did something he'd come to regret for the rest of his life. Oh gosh, oh no, oh no! The two were sitting on the couch watching a movie, and when the timing felt right, Parker moved to fall into Michael's chest. His heart was racing, and then he finally did it. He kissed him. Parker had never seen Michael so happy, and there weren't any more problems after that. Everything was fine. It was all okay. But then Parker got the job. He started working, and he was ready to get back on his own feet. He promised Michael that he'd be with him again soon. He just needed to get his new apartment set up. But when the days turned into weeks, Michael began to understand that he wasn't going to see Parker again. Every night, Parker's phone would blow up with texts. They were so desperate and so full of sorrow that it tugged on his heartstrings. He wanted to reply, but how could he? He had used his best friend. He was a horrible person. He ignored it, ignored the problem, hoping it would just go away. And it did. Michael was found dead in his apartment only a few weeks later. No notes, no nothing. But Parker knew. Parker knew exactly why this had happened, and he could never forgive himself for it. That was the day everything changed. The past is done, but he can still affect the future. He goes out of his way to help others now, always trying to right the wrongs of the past. Part of him wonders if he's doing this out of guilt, or if he really wants to be a good person. He doesn't know, but he knows that helping others makes him feel happy now. So when he saw a man that had a little too much to drink, nearly falling asleep at the bar, he did what he would normally do, drive him home. But neither man made it home that night. The wreck was as if the car had been driving itself. No remnants of human existence could be found. It seems that no matter how hard he tried to change, It seems that no matter how hard he tried to change, the past caught up with him anyway. Yeah, that's crazy, by the way. I think the story's a bit insane, but it's low-key. I unfortunately can see this happening, IRL. But, ooh. This is Parker lore, by the way. So sorry if you're just joining. But I do like how Parker is trying to improve himself after, but the intention seems to be out of guilt for the past. Like, yeah, what was he thinking there? Like, genuinely, you should not be using people like that. That is not nice. But yeah. Oh my god, you've never read his lore before? Oh my god, you were in for a treat, alright. This is crazy shit. But yeah. Yeah, Parker... There is an archive, yeah, this archive right here, where I believe he talks to Ryder about what happened in the backstory. And I think this is actually one of the more compelling backstories to me, because it shows character conscience. Like, it, shows, a lot of emotion that, he kind of, with this and this combined, he shows remorse for what he did. So yeah. I think Parker's a very compelling character. Very good. I would say well written, honestly. Good job. Yeah. Bless. Okay, here we go with the medieval doomed yaoi chat. I'm not ready for the 8-minute haul that is Rainers. Dude, this stream's gonna be like 4 hours. Man. Doomed medieval yaoi, hurrah! Yes. Oh, I thought there was a... Wait, narrated backstory can be found here. Very, very short. I guess I'll just read this one. Oh my god, this is a yapathon. Give me a second. Okay. The first time it happened, no one was ready. The kingdom of Holdenbriar was swarmed by opposing forces, their army far too weak to fight back as the night ended in tragedy. The Queen of Holdenbriar was dead. Crosby was so young back then, far too young to remember his mother's soft voice or the way she looked at him like there was nothing else in the world. His father was quick to recover from it, the loss of his wife driving him to create a bigger army, a better army. His family was to be protected at all times, and the kingdom would never have to know loss again. Not like that. This is how Crosby met Raynor, son of one of his father's knights. The two boys became quick friends despite being from totally different worlds. Raynor's family didn't have all that much money, yet they got along just fine. Some of Crosby's fondest memories are playing games together and listening to the stories the maids told. Despite the fact that he was practically never allowed to leave his room, Crosby's father was perfectly fine with Raynor coming over all the time. This perplexed some of the staff members because this was the only instance of a poor person being allowed into the kingdom for no apparent reason. But as the years continued on, it became much more apparent that he had ulterior motives all along. The moment Raynor turned 16, Crosby's father began to hint about joining the Order of the Knights that kept Holdenbriar safe. It was in poor taste, because Raynor's own father had been killed in battle years prior. Jesus freak, what the freak? Yet his offer wasn't ordinary. Raynor wasn't expected to protect the entire kingdom. He was only expected to keep Crosby safe. I feel like Nathan and Raynor would probably get along. Truthfully, Raynor never felt as though Crosby needed protection. He also would never turn down the opportunity to keep his best friend safe. He didn't know how to tell him, though. The two were laying on Crosby's gigantic bed one night when he finally came out with it, but instead of the joyous response he expected, he was met with stunned silence. Why would you do that? Crosby was quick to stare at him with wide amber eyes. After what happened with your father? It's not important. I just want to keep you safe, my prince. But I don't need you to keep me safe. You're my closest friend, Raynor. The newly appointed knight flinched at the usage of his name. Crosby had given him the nickname Ray like a week after they met. He didn't understand why the prince was so worked up over this. My prince. Don't call me that, the blonde sniffled, unable to control his emotions as he stared him down. I don't want to be your prince. I want to be your best friend. Oh, I want to be... He didn't finish his sentence, throwing himself forward to pull the knight into a kiss. Hello? I don't recall this, actually, guys. Hello? It's not as though Raynor didn't see it coming, though. He carried the same emotions Crosby did all throughout his childhood. He never expected it to come out like this. Although Crosby wasn't happy with the arrangement, he got over it, but their relationship wasn't the same. The prince was far too afraid to find out his father's reaction, and the two decided together that keeping it a secret would be the best thing for them. But secrets don't last forever. Now 20-something, the two had changed quite a bit. Crosby looked as great as he did back then, but Raynor looks had become much more rugged due to the stress and the work he had to do as a knight. It's not like either of them cared, though. If anything, their love had only grown stronger. But they had also grown careless. As the two embraced one another, the door to Crosby's room slowly creaked open. Oh, jeez. What the fuck? Oh no, wait! Wait! What is the meaning of this? Crosby's father spoke quietly, staring at the two. Father. The prince tried to speak, quickly moving to sit in front of Raynor, but it was to no avail. His father grabbed the fabric of his pajamas and threw him down to the side. He grabbed Raynor's collar and slammed him against the wall, so full of rage that he was practically frothing at the mouth. I trusted you, he screamed. I trusted you as if you were my own son, and this is how you repay me? By bringing the devil into the kingdom that I entrusted you to protect? It's not like that, Crosby screamed, already crying as his father ignored his pleas. You are to be executed by dawn. The room went silent as Crosby was hyperventilating now, staring at his father in complete horror. My king, I am not your king, his father whispered before calling out to the guards. Guards, take him to the dungeon. No, Crosby screamed. but the other knights were quick to subdue him. Their eyes met for what Crosby feared would be the last time, and he couldn't stomach it, but Raynor only smiled. "I love you," he said, tears rolling down his cheek as he was dragged out of the room. "No, no!" the prince continued to scream. "No, this is wrong! Father!" His father had nothing to say to him, unable to meet his son's eye as he and the remaining knights left the room. Crosby couldn't hear the door lock after it slammed shut, and he was left in silence as he tried to formulate a plan. He couldn't accept this fate. He simply couldn't. But his room was like a prison. It had been all his life. He had one window that he could narrowly squeeze through, and he found himself grateful that his room wasn't all that high up, because he did the only thing he could think of. He jumped. A hiss of pain escaped him as he hit the ground. A sickening crunch could be... What's with them using the word sickening, like the phrase sickening crunch? I'm sorry, this is the second time. A sickening crunch could be heard as he landed. His elbow was in agonizing pain, and he could only imagine the damage he had done. The pain made his head spin, but he had a mission. He laid low, using the darkness as cover as he snuck around to one of the many cellar entrances. He knew about the secrets of the castle, of course. It wasn't difficult for him to find the right wine cask, tipping on the spout as the walls began to shift. He could hear soft sobbing and knew that Raynor was already there. He peered around the corner, finding nothing except empty cells. The prince wasted no time running down the halls, hissing as the motion made his arm hurt even more. The moment Raynor saw him, his eyes widened in shock. But Crosby was shocked too. He was already garbed in the thin prisoner attire, hair wet as he was undoubtedly waterboarded. "My prince, what are you doing here?" "I won't accept this." He was frazzled, speaking quickly. "I can't accept this." "Your arm." "It's fine." He shut Raynor up, using his good arm to dig into the pockets of his pajamas. "My father thinks himself smart. Well, I won't allow him to win." "Where will we go?" Raynor said solemnly. Said is... help. Sorry. "We leave here to where?" "Does it matter?" Crosby cocked his head. "We could live in a small hut in the forest, and it would be of no care to me. All I want is you." Me when Paramore. Me when all I wanted was you. Hello? Raynor's eyes began to grow misty as the cell door swung open, the two embracing in a warm, love-filled hug. But in the moment of happiness they shared, they hadn't noticed the thick mist that was filling the room. When dawn broke, and they came to collect Raynor, they were shocked to find an empty cage. Only one thing was left behind, the prince's family ring. That is crazy. Yeah. Imagine if someone asked what your fave ship is and you had to say doomed medieval yaoi. They just have to, like, I don't see a lot of Crosby and Raynor fans, honestly. Like, they're kind of, like, as rare. Honestly, no. I was gonna say as rare as Adriara, but I feel like Adriara is way more rare. But I don't see a lot of people talking about Raynor and Crosby, like, together. But I respect the story. I like it, actually. Like, shit, if I was Crosby and I had, like, a night like that, I'd do the same. Shit. But yeah. Alright, guys. 9-minute break for me. I was like, holy shit, bro. Send help? Send help, guys? I also kind of need to use the bathroom, but, like, I kind of don't want to miss this. Like, I'm kind of invested. It's fine. The stream will probably end sooner, so... Okay.
Money doesn't buy happiness, but without money, life is miserable. I knew this well, and after my mother had died during childbirth, a part of me always felt that my father resented me for that. But my father was a kind man all the same, working hard to provide for me. He was a knight for the kingdom, and I always looked up to him for that. But after the queen had died, things became grim, and one day, my father had no choice but to bring me to the kingdom. But to our surprise, the king invited me to meet the prince. My eyes sparkled with glow as I traversed the halls, opening a door to find, well, the prince's room. We became quick friends, despite being from totally different worlds. My family didn't all have that much money, yet we got along just fine. I loved being around Crosby. It didn't matter what we were doing. As long as we were together, everything just seemed alright. Despite the fact that the prince was practically never allowed to leave his room, we always found something to do together, from listening to the maid stories to watching the birds outside. We too, inseparable pair. But as the years continue on, new problems began to arise. My father was killed when I was 14. Killed in battle. It hurt me to no end. But the prince was always there to give me a loving hug and kind words. So many days were spent of crying into my chest. Yet the blonde prince never seemed to grow tired of it. Whenever the prince looked at me, it was as if he was the only thing I saw. How could I not be developing feelings for my friend? He was the only friend that I had in the world, after all. The other knights teased and made fun of me. They thought I was weak, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The moment I turned 16, Crosby's father began to hint about joining the Order of the Knights that kept Holdenbriar safe. I didn't entirely know what to make of it, with the loss of my father and everything, but this offer wasn't ordinary. I wasn't expected to protect the entire kingdom. I was only expected to keep Crosby safe. Truthfully, I never felt though Crosby needed protection, but I also would never turn down the opportunity to keep my best friend safe, to keep the one person I loved out of danger, to be his protector. It all sounded like a bit fantasyland. I didn't know how to tell him though. We were laying on Crosby's gigantic bed one night, and I finally came out with it. But instead of the joyous response I expected, I was met with a stunned silence face. Why would you do that? Crosby was quick to stare at me with wide amber eyes. After what happened to my father, he said, "It's not important. I just want to keep you safe, my prince," I said, my face all flustered and full of confusion. "But I don't need you to keep me safe. You're my closest friend, Rainer." I flinched as he said that. Crosby had given me the name Ray like a week after we met, and I didn't understand why the prince was so worked up over this. "My prince." "Don't call me that," the blonde sniffled, unable to control his munches as he stared at me down. "I don't want you to be your prince. I want to be your best friend. I want... He didn't finish his sentence. He threw himself onto me into a kiss. It's not as if I didn't see it coming, though. I carried the same emotions for Crosby all throughout my childhood. I just never expected to come out like this. Although Crosby wasn't happy with the arrangement, he got over it, but our relationship wasn't the same. I was far afraid to find out his father's reaction, and then we decided together that we should just keep it a secret. It would be the best thing for us. But secrets don't last forever. Now 20-something, we had changed quite a bit. Crosby looked as great as he did back then, but I looked so rugged due to stress from work as a knight. It's not like we didn't care for each other, though. If anything, our love had grown stronger. But we had grown careless as we embraced each other one to another to a door. Crosby's room slowly creaked open. "What is the meaning of this?" Crosby's father spoke quietly, staring at us. "Father," the prince tried to speak, quickly moving to sit down in front of me, but to no avail. His father grabbed the fabric of his pajamas and threw him down to the side. He grabbed me by my collar and slammed me against the wall, so full of rage, he was practically frothing at the mouth. "I trusted you," he screamed. "I trusted you for my own son. This is how you repay me? By bringing the devil into the kingdom and trusted you to protect? You are to be executed by dawn." The room went silent as Crosby was now hyperventilating, staring at his father in complete horror. "My king, I am not your king," his father whispered, before calling out to the guards. "Guards, take him to the dungeon." "No," Crosby screamed, but the knights were quick to subdue him. Our eyes met for what feared would be the last time, and I couldn't stomach it, but I smiled. "I love you," I said, tears rolling down my cheeks. as I was dragged out of the room. No, no, the prince continued to scream. No, this is wrong, father. His screams faded as I was dragged down the hall. Same halls that filled me with so much wonder all those years ago. It didn't feel real anymore. Why was I being punished for loving somebody? What have I ever done wrong? My father had given his life for this kingdom, and I would have done the same. But now, this kingdom wanted to take my life away. I was brought back to reality when they dunked my head into a bucket of water, gasping for air as they pulled me out. To be honest, it didn't seem as though there was a reason for this except some sick type of entertainment. The other knights laughed at me, watching as they tried to pull away from their grasp. Then I was forced to wear prison garbs, dingy clothes made from fabric that made the cold dungeon feel even colder. I was locked in a cell without a word, the others unable to look at me as the wet hand dripped concrete. There was nothing left to do. I wanted to be brave like my father, but what was the point? So I cried as hard and as loud as I wanted, for no one else was around to hear it. At least, that's what I thought. But footsteps approached and face you never thought he'd see again. My eyes widened in shock. My prince, what are you doing here? I won't accept this. He was frazzled, speaking quickly. I can't accept this. The prince was holding on to his arms, which was bent at an unnatural angle. Your arm, it's fine. He shut me up, using a good arm to dig into the pockets of his small pajamas. My father thinks himself smart. Well, I won't allow him to win. Where will we go? I said so solemnly. We leave? Here? To where? Does it matter? Crosby cocked his head back. We could live in a small hut in the forest, and it would be no care to me. All I want is you. My eyes began to grow misty as the cell door swung open. We embraced in a warm, love-filled hug, but in the moment of happiness they shared, we hadn't noticed the thick mist that was filling the room when dawn broke, and we came to collect me. They were shocked to find the cage empty. Only one thing was left behind: the prince's family ring.
Okay, I really like Crosby and Rayner's story, honestly. I think it's kind of crazy how they made like Rayner's VA read all of this, though. This is insane. 9 minutes. Story time, bedtime story. If you guys need a bedtime story, just listen to Rayner's thing. And also, I feel like, I don't know if they rewrote this and gave it to him, or, like, if they, like, just gave him this and then just said, oh, every single time you see Rayner, just say I instead. But I think they probably tried to rewrite it, but, like, I noticed that this last part, like, they kind of... Bro should have said we here. Sorry, not to point out the mistakes, so I just wanted to say that. But honestly, guys, I kind of fuck with the medieval Doom Yaoi. Like, I appreciate Rayner and Crosby a little bit more after rereading this. It's been so long. But, yeah, good job to the VA, by the way. That was pretty good. Despite, you know, having to read that long-ass passage, like, you know, really good for him, truly. Oh my god, Serena's gone. I'm pretty sure... Wait, does Serena have lore, even? Because she's in... Oh, okay, yeah, she does. But yeah, the Morticia and Gomez skins, yeah, they do suit them well. Jesus. Also, there's a previous and there's a current. Whoa. Okay, wait. Pause. What's the difference between these? This one seems a lot shorter than the previous. Wait, what the freak happened? Why is this one longer than this one? Chat? Oh. The freak? Okay, wait, pause. I don't know if I should read both. This is crazy. Okay, wait. I'll read this one, but then I'll see how it compares to the previous. Life was just a race to the finish. Sarah came to realize that when she narrowly avoided being hit by a car at a young age. She remembers the horrified screams of the bystanders as she took a swift step back, watching the car whiz past her. She didn't flinch. She didn't scream. She didn't feel much. She likes to pretend that it didn't take a big toll on her, but her behavior changed after that day. She became fully invested in one thing, skating. She allowed everything else to fall off her back as she spent her days at the skate park. Nothing really made much sense to her anymore, and she felt sad. But it was easier to pretend she was okay than tell her parents. Would they even care? Sarah doubted it. Her parents thought that skateboarding was dangerous and she was definitely gonna get hurt. So when they tried to stop her, she just went further, going to a skate park, all the way across town. That's where she met him. He had a stupid grin and he couldn't even do a kickflip, but he was cool, and she finally felt as though she had a friend. The boy's blue Letterman jacket flowed with the wind as he grinded on the pipe, immediately falling flat on his face. But he got back up, and he didn't even show an ounce of care. Sarah liked that. They became friends, even if they didn't go to the same school. One day, I'm going to introduce you to my friends, the boy said. Mamo is great. You'll like her. Dakota, too. She's pretty chill. That sounds sick, Sarah nodded as they sat on the ledge together, the sun slowly setting. I gotta get going. Football tomorrow. The boy rose to his feet. You'll be here on Saturday, right? For sure, Sarah smiled, rising to her feet as she ran a hand through her dyed hair. See you then, Riley. Peace, Sarah. But when Saturday rolled around, Sarah wasn't there. When the minutes turned into hours, Riley quickly realized she wasn't coming. He never saw her again, and he really only had one question. What happened to Sarah? Yeah. Again, almost car accident. Guys, like, I almost got hit by a car, but I don't think I would add this to my backstory. I mean, yeah, it is important, trauma. But, like, jeez. Wait, what's the difference between this and the regular? Wait, the idea of death was a myth to Sarah. She only wanted to be free in the most thrilling and dangerous life anyone could have. At age 12, Sarah electrocuted herself at her power... Okay. What? First of all, what life-threatening situation that Sarah was put in both times, by the way. Despite being content with her life, her parents didn't see the appeal of these activities. Okay, I think... What's the main thing that had changed? She's been skateboarding for a while. I guess it's just the power box thing. Car crash and now electricity? No, dead ass. What the fuck? I guess I'll read this too. In the following years, Sarah's parents would always try to keep an eye on her, from her behavior to her activities, with the help of the school administration so it would ensure that nothing would happen to her. Furthermore, her parents invaded her online life. Sarah hated every minute of the eyes of her two parents surveying her every move. Ugh, overbearing parents. Jeez. Of course, Sarah had her opportunities to do whatever she wanted. One day, when both of her parents were off to work, she wanted to find something new. Sarah had messed with the wonders of machinery, crisp fires, scaled 3-story buildings, and much more. What else could she do? That's when she found a skate park, as she was walking towards the local grocery store. That day led to a new passion. Sarah observed in fascination as people with skateboards moved in impossible yet amazing ways, and she stayed at the skate park. Although, as time would pass throughout this day, Sarah realized that she would need to head back home, to not get punished. However, she would notice a black skateboard that seemed good in condition, yet was not being used by anyone. Sarah would take it back home. Within the next few months going by, Sarah grew up skateboarding and learned new tricks and moves at the skate park, but had to hide it from her parents, who would likely know the sort's danger. Some students at her school would also take notice of her new activity, and she became well known. Despite not liking the attention from skateboarding, especially if it would raise suspicion from her parents, Sarah grew to keep this passion. Furthermore, it could convince her parents that skateboarding was not dangerous, something Sarah could use to finally make her free from the eyes that watch. Although, it was on a fateful day that her parents noticed, and they took away the black skateboard she used over the months. All this work that Sarah did had been for nothing. Those people never cared for her. There was no benefit. While they were fast asleep in the night, Sarah took back her skateboard and took off out of her house, seeking something to give her freedom amidst the night, maybe? Sarah would stumble upon the town hall, a place that she never occasionally visited, maybe once or twice. Although it was mostly boring, the dull colors and things to do nearby, it did have one notable feature. Sorry. A huge fountain. She didn't hesitate to hop on the side, grinding against it as she put all of her focus onto not making a fool out of herself. But she failed to notice one thing: the thick white mist closing in. Okay, so this one doesn't have Riley, and also the box, and also her parents took away her skateboard. Hello. But I think the current one's a lot, I feel like, more lackluster in comparison to this one's description. Yeah, I liked her old backstory a bit better, but I think electrocuted yourself should probably have stayed. Hot take, that's crazy. But like, I don't know. I like the sense of like rebellion and freedom that Sarah has in this backstory, and this one has just like Riley content. So, I mean, I like her friendship with Riley a lot, but I feel like they could have just added on to this more instead of just rewriting. But that's just me. Rest in peace, Sarah Vera, guys. You will be missed. Okay, we got Dakota, Ryder, and Makoto as our last three. I'm really hoping that there's a voiceover for these ones, but I don't think so. Yeah, no. My voice is so fucking cooked, guys. I'm gonna be on vocal rest for like the rest of tonight. You will be missed? You mean to say yo will be missed? Okay, buddy, wrap it up. Shade, put the fries in the bag, bruh. Oh my god. Okay. What? Are you dumb or something? The first time Dakota was called dumb, she was only 8 years old, hearing the words come straight out of her mother's mouth. It made her feel a strange sensation in her chest, but all she did was laugh it off. Yet, as she got older, it seems things never really changed. Do you know the answer or not? She was 13 now, in math class. A lot had changed. She no longer identified as a boy, and everyone had been supportive of that. But now, all eyes were on her, yet the numbers on the board just weren't making any sense. How could anyone piece this together? Dakota shook her head, naturally brown hair moving around as her green eyes stared at the desk. Idiot, she could hear someone say, followed by quiet snickers. God, she's dumb. She licked her lips out of fear, holding back tears. That was the last time she'd let anyone make her feel bad about stupid stuff like that. She's more than just her ability to solve a math problem, and she knew that. When summer break went out and everyone transitioned to junior year, nobody was prepared for what they saw. Dakota stepped into the classroom, wearing a pink tracksuit that fit her just right. Her hair now long and blonde, perfectly styled as it cascaded her shoulders and ran down her back. Her lips had been plumped and glossed, catching the light as she moved to her spot in the back. Dakota? Riley was the first one to notice, moving to sit next to her. You look totally different. Yeah, she smiled at him. I wanted to try out a new look this year. What do you think? You look great. Yeah, Mama chimed in, seated on the other side of her. I love your hair. Aw, she beamed. Thanks. I love yours too. The two girls smiled at each other, at one another before class began, and there was this happiness inside of Dakota that carried all throughout the year. But as junior year ended, senior year began. One day stuck with her, the day the softball team got into a bus accident, Dakota wept for hours, thinking about all the memories she had with the girls. More importantly, Mamo. She mourned not only her close friend, but all the things she never got to say to her. Riley was there for her, but it wasn't enough. She stopped coming to school for a bit, but she couldn't take that many days off, as her grades were already slipping. She decided to clear her mind with a night drive, but this would prove to be her biggest mistake. The road became smaller and smaller, a thick mist surrounding the pink car her dad had gotten her for her 16th birthday. She pulled off to the side of the road, nothing but nature for miles and miles it seemed. Cautiously stepping out of the car, she had her phone in one hand and pepper spray in the other. She froze when she saw a pair of headlights racing down the street, directly at her. But there was never any impact, because the last thing she remembered was the mist completely obscuring her vision before everything went black. Again, car accident? The freak? There are so many car accidents. Also, yeah, we did play Sung's voice thing. I'm pretty sure. But yeah. Dakota is relatable as hell. Like, I suck at math, low-key. Heart emoji, trans, yes. But yeah. Dakota's a very, I feel like, underrated character. I feel like Dakota's overlooked a lot. She's really cool. Yeah. That's why I got her Arisen, actually. I just really like Dakota as a character. Especially, guys, her donator skin is so freaking pretty. Like, the old one and the one that's about to come out. Both of them are absolutely amazing. I'd just like to say that. I stand Dakota, guys. I appreciate Dakota. She is my girl boss. Yes. Alongside Nami, actually. Both of them, my girl bosses. Yep. Were all the cars Becky or something? Yeah, no, what's with the cars? Yeah. Help. Okay. Riders isn't that bad. So. My mouth gets really dry when I read, like, one thing of lore. But yeah, there's a lot of cool characters. Daybreak has... I think some of the lore is just, like, yummy in my tummy. Also, I just wanted to say, when I was reading Dakota's lore, I was thinking about Rainer's. It just really sounded like he was reading fanfic. Which was really funny, actually. Okay, yeah, this one probably should have, like, a bit of a... I don't know, death warning. I don't freaking know. But yeah. Whatever you want in life, you take. That's the motto, right? Wait, sorry. That's the motto Ryder was taught growing up. That nothing is attainable as long as you are willing to work for it. Nothing is unattainable, sorry. But Ryder came to find that no matter how hard you try, sometimes things are simply out of your control, unless you get your hands dirty. He always had a knack for crime. He seemed to just understand things, and it was an interest he really enjoyed. His parents wanted him to pursue more typical things like architecture or even medical science, but Ryder made his mind up. He wanted to become a lawyer. Yet, life always seemed to have. Wait. It's crazy how he wanted to become a lawyer. We should have a lawyer character on Daybreak. Hot take. Yet, life always seems to have its ways of kicking you when you're down, because the minute he had finally gotten on that path, he lost everything. His dad was murdered in cold blood, and no one seemed to know who exactly did it. So he had a new goal: solve the mystery. Maybe he was a little childish to approach it like that, but what did he have to lose? The money for law school was gone. He couldn't even afford to go to community college at this rate. So he searched, following every paper trail, every breadcrumb, anything he could find. Just when things seemed utterly hopeless, he found it. The answer. The man who killed his father. It also didn't seem real. He had done it. He had solved it. He did it. But the question that came next was even harder than solving it. What was he supposed to do about it? He was 20 with nothing left to lose in the world, so he solved it the only way he knew how. Revenge. He wasn't proud of what he did, and even now, at 41 years old, the past comes to haunt him. And he did what he had to do, and he knew somewhere his dad was smiling down on him as a result of it. He had also found something he liked in the process, investigating and keeping tabs on people. It was such an interesting concept that he quickly threw himself into, and before he knew it, he had started this thing. People knew of him, yet nobody knew him. He was like a shadow in the corner of your eye at night, watching silently and disappearing just when you thought you had him. But the funniest thing about revenge is it tends to be a never-ending cycle. His father's murder had a family, a son who was old enough to understand what had happened and wanted revenge just as badly as Ryder had all those years ago. The first time they locked eyes, it was as if Ryder was staring into a mirror that showed the past. It terrified him. The next few moments were a blur. Screams and shouts filled his ears as his body went numb. He could feel blood all over his body, yet he wasn't hurt anywhere. He fell to his knees, chest rising and falling at an alarming rate as he struggled to calm himself down. His mind was far too gone for him to notice the mist that was seeping in. Honestly, the sun would be an interesting killer. but but yeah. I'm gonna read Evelyn's lore. I'm not gonna skip by her lore. I'll read her lore, but just know I will be hating it. Ryder, it sucks, you know, that happened. Like, honestly, it would have been interesting to see him in like a lawyer position though. But man, that sucks, bro. You get revenge just for the dad's son to get revenge on you, and then you get taken into the fuck ass mist. Bruh. I like Makoto's lore, I'm pretty sure. Is it short? Oh wait! Oh my god, wait, I don't even have to read for this one. Let's freaking go. That's crazy. Becky was all of the car accidents on Daybreak 2. On the Daybreak lore, Becky was behind it all. Yeah, true. That's really funny. Okay.
I try not to remember my life as a young teen growing up in the countryside of Japan. I hated farming, I hated cooking, I hated cleaning, I hated just about everything. I hated waking up early in the morning to go to school, I hated coming home late just to be assigned tasks that I hated to do. Hating things just became a second nature to me. So I left. Newly 18 with dreams of something bigger, I disappeared from my house and caught the first train into Tokyo. The big city, all for me to take. For the first few weeks, I was fine to be in a hotel room, doing my best to try and secure some kind of job, but it was proving harder than expected, seeing as I had no prior experience or a working phone. Luckily for me, I managed to snag a job as a waitress at a smaller restaurant off in some quiet district. It was fine at first, I was excited to learn and grateful to have some income, but as the months passed, I found myself growing bored. It was just like it had been back then. A life of monotony was not enough for me. So I quit, not even giving it a second thought. But this would prove to be my undoing because the hotel was done acting as an apartment for me. I was booted out with almost no money saved because I had blown it all on stupid things. Where could I go? The reality was setting in at an alarming rate for me, but if there was one thing I knew, it's that I wasn't gonna go home. That would be giving up, and I wasn't a quitter. So I used the last of my savings to snag a little room at some internet cafe, taking advantage of the free snacks and water, while I spent every waking hour applying for every possible job. Just when things were looking down, I finally got an interview back. It was another minimum wage job, but at least it was something sort of interesting. A movie theater could be fun, and even I knew I was in no position to be picky. I put on the best outfit I had, applying some quick black dye to my hair to cover up the pink I had foolishly gotten done, and set off. The sun was shining and things were finally looking up for me. But as I stepped into the subway car, I found it alarmingly empty for a weekday morning. It shut behind me, and I stared outside the windows as the only thing I could see in the darkness was my reflection. It was deep underground, and for some reason, none of the lights were turned on yet. I moved to take a seat, dozing off as I fantasized about where life would take me next. But when the subway reached its next stop, the car was empty.
Okay, I honestly don't remember Makoto's lore being kind of long-ish, in a sense. But, honestly, okay, I feel like Makoto and Amari would get along. They would probably get along with the way that they are very much, they both run away. But, in a sense, to find something more for themselves that they know is out there. But, yeah, they'd be friends. Are they friends? I don't know. But, that's pretty cool. Again, this also reminds me of I Saw the TV Glow. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna keep bringing that fucking movie up, but I love that movie. It's genuinely one of my favorites. Has it already been told why the mist is, like, existing and why it's dragging people into a hellish nightmare? I don't know. People kind of, like, try and, like, see if, like, the mist is, like, justified for what they do, because the mist kind of, like, drags them out of, like, deadly situations. But at the same time, are they really living? I don't even know. Yeah, Makoto probably has some kind of dialogue with Amari. If we just go here. Oh, give me a second. Yeah, wait. Picking up ally. Hey, twin! That is so funny. We love that. Yeah, see there? Makoto and Nami! Sorry, I just noticed that. I didn't even know that these lines existed. Love Makoto, by the way. Love, love, love Makoto. Twit! But yeah, okay. Guys, we're gonna stop here, but, this is the part where I kind of, like, joined Daybreak, by the way. So I think I was reading the lore, kind of, but then, like, I kind of fell off. I haven't read much of the latest characters' lore, so that's gonna be, like, an interesting first to me. So yeah, that's gonna be cool. Twin, where have you been for real? Okay, wait. My final, like, ending card, I'm gonna say Riley, Momo. Riley and Momos were very notable to me. I resonate with Jan and Kyle a lot, and Emery. Very relatable. Callum, I have a problem with you. And, I like Becca's a lot, actually, too. Becca's was enjoyable. And, Elijah's was also enjoyable. So, and also, yeah, Crosby and Rayner have my respect. Parker's very well written. I like that. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I did enjoy a good amount of the lore. Some of it could have been a little more detailed and had more work, but obviously it's like old writing, so it makes sense. And like, yeah. But yeah, I mean, this was fun, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this, because I genuinely was not expecting to spend like 4.5 hours reading Daybreak lore with you guys, but I mean, here we are. We will get to pretty much everyone else if some of these guys have lore, but some of them don't. Everyone else when, like, probably, I don't know, next week or something, if I feel like reading it. No promises though, but we'll get to them. Yeah. So, apologies if I didn't cover your favorite today, but I think I covered a good chunk. A good chunk of them. Yeah. That's cool. Okay. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day/night. And I will probably see you guys on Sunday, but if not, I'll probably stream on, like, Monday, something, I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah. Apollo cheese? Yes. But I'll maybe see you guys on, Sunday, because I have something that day, maybe, but unless it gets canceled. But I'll see you guys, hopefully on that day, if not Monday. So yeah. Sorry to stream on a Monday, by the way. Ooh. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Hope you enjoyed. And, wait, before I end, actually, I might try and timestamp all of the, like, each character in the comments that I read the lore for. I'm gonna do that, and I'll have it as the pinned comment in case anyone wants to come back to this. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. Bye-bye.